Chapter 153. In an instant, the energy from the Gumai soul pill in his body was continuously absorbed by the mystical light. At this moment, there was no need for Du Xiaofu to guide it, as the endless energy of the Gumai soul pill was directly absorbed by the mystical light. As the energy of the Gumai soul pill was absorbed into the mystical light stripes, it also caused the mystical light to undergo some subtle changes, as if it was developing in the direction of solidification. Faintly, Du Xiaofu, who was in a muddled state, seemed to be able to sense an excited roar coming from within the mystical light. It sounded like cheers and excitement. Du Xiaofu's body was gradually enveloped by a dense mystical light. As the light flickered, waves of runes spread out in all directions along with a terrifying pressure. There were even many mystical lights that did not appear in Du Xiaofu's body that gradually spread out. The runes flickered and the light fluctuated. During this process, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body also rapidly rose. Within the mystical light, there seemed to be an endless amount of energy. This energy spread out and was finally absorbed by Du Xiaofu. The extremely small amount of energy was enough to allow Du Xiaofu to reap a huge harvest. It turned into pure profound qi and surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. In addition to the golden plum that he had consumed last time, there was still a lot of its boundless energy remaining in Du Xiaofu's body that had not been completely refined. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu entered a muddled state, it was also refined along with him. It quickly turned into profound qi and surged into Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. Based on the speed at which his aura was rising, it wouldn't be long before Du Xiaofu showed signs of breaking through again. In the end, above the dense mystical light around Du Xiaofu's body, the image of a five-fingered mountain spread out. It was born, evolved, and condensed above Du Xiaofu's head. It was as if it had a life of its own. Dense mist filled the air, and the image became more and more solid. Time passed slowly. Above the sky, the bright moon moved west. Du Xiaofu's entire body was shrouded in a mysterious light. These mysterious light waves seemed to be trying something. The five-finger mountain phantasm formed by the runes behind him was constantly changing, causing the surrounding space to distort a little. However, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and the phantasm of the five-finger mountain also became more and more solid. The more solid the meridian soul was, from a certain point of view, the stronger one was. At this moment, if someone were to see this scene, they would definitely be shocked. With Du Xiaofu's current pulse realm cultivation base, the degree of solidification of the pulse soul phantom was probably not something that could be compared to a complete pulse realm martial artist. This was absolutely inconceivable. The energy contained in the Gumai soul pill was gradually absorbed by the mysterious light. When the last bit of energy was absorbed, the mysterious light clearly became a little more solid. However, that was all. The mysterious light that covered Du Xiaofu's body day by day did not become too solid. Soon after, the mysterious light rays gradually faded, and finally retreated back into Du Xiaofu's body. Everything returned to silence. Chi la la. The five-finger mountain phantasm behind Du Xiaofu's back also turned into runes and returned, gradually calming down. At this moment, the night had gradually passed. The sky was slightly bright, and there were a few scattered stars in the deep and slightly white sky. Who? The morning sunlight poured into the room through the window. When it climbed up to Du Xiaofu's face, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal. The last circle of faint golden light on his body was like countless strands of energy that quickly surged into his body. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. A faint golden light flickered in his pupils, and then it disappeared into the depths of his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, Du Xiaofu's eyes, which had just retracted the golden light, revealed a look of astonishment. He formed a hand seal, and a ferocious energy instantly surged out from his body. It was much stronger than before. I'm afraid I'm about to reach the mysterious pulse stage. Du Xiaofu was astonished when he felt the aura in his body. With this aura, he was probably not far from breaking through to the mysterious pulse stage. The Gumai soul pill was used to stabilize the pulse stage. He had never heard of it being able to increase one's strength. Therefore, Du Xiaofu felt that it was strange. He did not expect his cultivation to improve so much in a single night. Retracting his aura, Du Xiaofu felt the surging energy in his body. A smile appeared on his face, and after stretching his waist, he leaped off the bed. Today, he would be heading to Tianwu Academy. Even though he knew that his drunkard father had caused a huge trouble in Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu still felt some anticipation in his heart. Morning, outside the Lanling Prefecture city. A group of figures stood together. Du Yunlong patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder and said, "Third brother, don't worry. With us in the world society, there won't be any problems. Big sister is also in Tianwu Academy. When she sees you, I wonder how shocked she will be." Du Xiaofu nodded his head slightly. Then, he looked at the cold-looking young man dressed in golden robes beside Du Yunlong and said, "I didn't expect that you would come to send me off. I'm really touched. However, when can you stop being so cold? You're clearly a handsome lad, but you're as cold as a block of ice. You won't be able to find a wife if you continue like this. I'm just idle. Since I have nothing to do, you don't have to worry about me not being able to find a wife." Han Xian looked at Du Xiaofu calmly with his slender phoenix eyes. Beneath his tall nose, his thin lips curled into a proud and aloof arc as he said, "As the leader of the world society, other than a handful of people in the society, no one else knows who you are. Now that you want to head to Tianwu Academy, you sure know how to play the role of a hands-off boss. With you guys around, I can rest assured." Du Xiaofu chuckled as he patted Han Xian's shoulder. "Stop trying to curry favor with me. We're not that close yet." Han Xian took a step back. Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He smiled and said, "We're all on the same side. We'll get to know each other sooner or later. As time passes, you'll realize that I'm actually a pretty good person." Ouyang Shuang couldn't stand it any longer and said in a low voice, "You're really thick-skinned. You're prejudiced against me. You must be prejudiced." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his gaze couldn't help but land on Ouyang Shuang's body. Ever since he saw Ouyang Shuang today, his gaze had been on Ouyang Shuang's body. The main reason was that Ouyang Shuang was wearing a tight outfit today, which directly outlined her devilish figure. Her slender legs, seductive curves, and perfect figure, coupled with her already beautiful face, were simply captivating, causing Du Xiaofu's gaze to involuntarily be unwilling to move away, wanting to take a few more glances. Ouyang Shuang's gaze was uncontrollably unwilling to move away, wanting to take a few more glances. Ouyang Shuang couldn't be bothered with Du Xiaofu. She walked away from Du Xiaofu and stood beside Murong Yorua. "Auntie, I'll listen to Big Brother Xiaofu's words and come back to see you." Dai Xingyu choked as she spoke. Her face was covered in tears as she held Murong Yorua's hand, unwilling to leave. "Go on. Cultivate well and become an expert." Murong Yorua wiped the tears from the corner of Dai Xingyu's eyes. Her eyes were also faintly wet. Roar! A moment later, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and the air whistled. 3 figures sat cross-legged on the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger and gradually disappeared from the eyes of the people below. Murong Yorua half-closed her eyes and gently stroked her jade-like face as she looked in the direction of the flying tiger. After a long time, she turned around and left. At the top of the tallest courtyard in the Lanling Manor, a man and a woman stood on the roof. The man had a handsome face and an extraordinary temperament. The woman wore a red dress and had a moving appearance. They were the Lanling Manor's manor master, Ouyang Ling, and Yuan Shanshan. Looking at the gradually disappearing traces of the flying tiger, Ouyang Ling muttered, "I'm afraid that Tianwu Academy won't be peaceful again. Big Brother Ling, why didn't you ask Xiaofu to stay for a few more days? That child has been with that fellow since he was young. Without big sister Ao Tong by his side, he must have suffered a lot. Now that he has to go to Tianwu Academy, my heart aches for big sister Ao Tong." Yuan Shanshan said with heartache. How can I possibly keep him around? That lad is as shrewd as his father, but compared to his father, he is more cunning and even shameless. I really can't keep him around. Let him continue to wreak havoc in Tianwu Academy. A smile appeared on Ouyang Ling's handsome face. He could already imagine Tianwu Academy in the near future being in chaos because of that brat's arrival. Those old fellows in Tianwu Academy would be fuming with anger, but they couldn't do anything about it, just like how they faced that brat's father back then. How can you say that about Xiaofu? That child is so good. How is he shameless? Yuan Shanshan glared at Ouyang Ling. I was wrong, okay. Ouyang Ling smiled. He didn't want to create trouble for himself. However, he thought to himself, that brat isn't just cunning and shameless. He's only been in Lanling Prefecture City for a short period of time and he's already in chaos. Even the two old foxes, White Tiger Sex He Li and Han Chang, suffered losses. How can an ordinary person do something like that? Hearing Ouyang Ling's words, Yuan Shanshan's expression softened. She looked at Ouyang Ling and said, Big brother Ling, even if you ask Xiaofu to stay for a few more days and give him some pointers on his cultivation, I'll be able to see him for a few more days. His father is Du Tingxian. How can I give him any pointers? Ouyang Ling's face immediately turned bitter. He then said, I've already tested that brat's strength, but I really can't give him any pointers. I really don't know how those two fellows gave birth to such a freakish brat. Each family member is more terrifying than the other. In mid-air, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and streaked across the sky, slowly passing by the mountain range below. Thank you, big sister Xiao Xiao, for your generosity. It's the third night watch. Xiao Xiao continues. Chapter 154. Big brother Xiaofu, do you think we can enter Tianwu Academy? On the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu with her clear eyes. She was looking forward to entering Tianwu Academy. I think so. Du Xiaofu was certain that with Dai Xingyu's talent, it shouldn't be a problem for her to enter Tianwu Academy. As for himself, it shouldn't be a problem either. Don't boast too early. It isn't easy to enter Tianwu Academy. Ouyang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said. It shouldn't be too difficult. Since you can enter, I think it shouldn't be a problem for me. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang and said meekly. You. Ouyang Shuang glared at Du Xiaofu and said hatefully, let me tell you, once we leave the Lanling residence, my mother won't be around to help you. Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang with a playful smile and said, you must have forgotten that we are currently in mid-air on the back of the little tiger. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger seemed to know what Du Xiaofu was thinking. With a roar, it flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its body tilted as it soared in mid-air, sometimes up, sometimes down, sometimes up, causing Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, who were on its back, to stagger. You big bug, stop right there. Little circle, slow down. Du Xiaofu, I'm not done with you. Ouyang Shuang shouted again and again, her voice echoing in the sky. Du Xiaofu held Dai Xingyu's hand and looked at Ouyang Shuang's beautiful and hot body swaying left and right in front of him, outlining a moving arc. He also enjoyed it greatly. In the end, Ouyang Shuang had no choice but to compromise. She agreed to talk to Du Xiaofu about Tianwu Academy so that he wouldn't be clueless after learning about Tianwu Academy. The king-scaled demonic tiger also calmed down and no longer tried to cause trouble. From Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaofu learned that Tianwu Academy wasn't simple. It could be said that Tianwu Academy was the holy land for cultivators in the Stone Dragon Empire. Countless experts had graduated from Tianwu Academy. At least half of the dukes and kings of the Stone Dragon Empire came from Tianwu Academy. It was enough to show Tianwu Academy's status in the Stone Dragon Empire. There was no cultivator in the empire who didn't wish to join Tianwu Academy. However, Tianwu Academy wasn't a place that anyone could enter easily. One had to undergo numerous tests, and only when one's talent reached a certain level would one be able to enter Tianwu Academy. Talent didn't just refer to the grade of one's martial vein, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. Every time Tianwu Academy recruited students, there would be countless applicants. However, only a handful of people would be able to enter Tianwu Academy. Those who were able to enter Tianwu Academy in the end were all extraordinary individuals. The descendants of the Stone Dragon Empire's royal family and various kings would also be sent to Tianwu Academy for nurturing. However, even though Tianwu Academy was located in the Stone Dragon Empire, it wasn't something that the royal family could control. From a certain perspective, the reputation of Tianwu Academy wasn't beneath that of the royal family. It was rumored that there were countless experts in Tianwu Academy, and their strength was unfathomable. In the entire empire, there was no power that dared to offend Tianwu Academy. I wonder how strong the experts in Tianwu Academy are. After listening to Ouyang Shuang's introduction, Du Xiaofu wondered how the experts in Tianwu Academy would compare to the massive power behind his mother. Ouyang Shuang replied, "No one knows how strong the experts in Tianwu Academy are. However, there are many teachers in the academy who are at the martial lord realm, and the elders are even stronger." As expected of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu sighed. He was looking forward to Tianwu Academy even more. The distance from Lanling Prefecture City to Tianwu Academy was extremely far. Even though the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed was fast, it couldn't travel day and night. It needed to rest. The king-scaled demonic tiger rested for the entire day. At dusk, the king-scaled demonic tiger landed on a mountain peak in the mountain range and rested for the second time. On the mountain peak, Du Xiaofu surveyed the surroundings before saying to Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, "Let's rest here for the night. We'll set off tomorrow morning." Ouyang Shuang stretched her back lazily, and her beautiful curves made one spurt blood. She said softly, "I didn't expect the king-scaled demonic tiger to be so fast. At this rate, we should be able to reach the dark forest by dusk if we rest for the night and set off tomorrow morning. I feel a little hungry." Dai Xingyu rubbed his stomach. Even though he was a spirit talisman master, he hadn't eaten anything for the entire day. At this moment, his stomach was rumbling with hunger. "Don't worry, there will be food soon." Du Xiaofu patted Dai Xingyu's shoulder before saying to the king-scaled demonic tiger, "Little tiger, please help me find some food." Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger replied softly before flapping its wings and leaping down from the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu then began to get busy on the mountain peak. Under the curious gazes of Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, he first found a large pile of dry firewood in the forest behind the mountain peak. Then, he used rocks to build something that looked like a stove. Finally, he rummaged through his cosmos pouch and pulled out a lot of fragrant leaves and spices. Roar! It was also at this time that the king-scaled demon tiger returned. Its ferocious mouth brought back a lot of things. There was a wild rabbit and 2 wild chickens. Although they were not demonic beasts, the size of the wild rabbit and wild chicken were huge. "What a cute rabbit. Little circle circle, you are too hateful." Seeing the king-scaled demonic tiger kill a wild rabbit, Dai Xingyu couldn't bear it any longer. However, the king-scaled demonic tiger ignored Dai Xingyu and went to rest at the side. Du Xiaofu began to prepare the wild chicken and wild rabbit with ease. After skinning and removing the feathers, he applied seasonings and wrapped them in fragrant leaves. Then, he started a fire and roasted them. In less than an hour, the wild rabbit and 2 fat wild chickens were roasted by Du Xiaofu until they were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The aroma wafted through the air. "It smells so good." An hour ago, Dai Xingyu was still grieving for that wild rabbit. At this moment, his gaze was firmly fixed on that fragrant rabbit meat, and his saliva almost flowed out. Ouyang Shuang's big eyes also revealed a look of surprise. She didn't expect Du Xiaofu to have such skills. As a perfect pulsation realm cultivator, she wouldn't be affected even if she didn't eat for a few days. However, under the temptation of the aroma, her stomach began to growl uncontrollably. Let's eat. When the aroma overflowed to the point where it was impossible to resist, Du Xiaofu rolled up his long sleeves and began to eat without hesitation. It's delicious. This is the best food I've ever eaten. Dai Xingyu didn't hold back. She seemed to be traumatized by eating rabbit meat. She first tore off a chicken leg and chewed on it. As she ate, she exclaimed in admiration. Ouyang Shuang hesitated for a moment. In the end, she couldn't resist the tempting aroma and began to gnaw on a rabbit leg. The king-scaled demonic tiger didn't hold back either. This bit of meat wasn't enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. However, the tempting aroma made it unable to resist. It was better to at least have a taste. However, in the end, Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger were both dumbfounded. Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu each grabbed a large piece of barbecued meat in their hands, as if they were afraid that someone would snatch it from them. Dai Xingyu also didn't care whether it was a pheasant or a wild rabbit. She ate the rabbit meat with relish. 1 wild rabbit and 2 pheasants. In the end, only the bones were left. Du Xiaofu and the king-scaled demonic tiger didn't even eat a third of the meat. 1 man and 1 tiger couldn't compete with the 2 women. They could only watch as the 2 women wolfed down the meat. Grease splattered everywhere. In the end, they wiped their hands and sat down cross-legged to regulate their breathing. Women are fiercer than tigers. Du Xiaofu sighed. The king-scaled demonic tiger was also resentful. In the end, it also went to the side to rest. The sky had already turned dark. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the moonlight shrouded the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu found a rock and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, then closed his eyes and began to comprehend the mysterious style. Whether it was cultivating mental energy, refining glyph arrays, or celestial qi, Du Xiaofu never stopped comprehending the mysterious style as long as he had time. Only after comprehending the mysterious style could he practice it. Therefore, Du Xiaofu paid special attention to the mysterious style. The mysterious style was all-encompassing and had endless changes. It was incomparably wonderful. Even now, Du Xiaofu knew that he was still far from comprehending it thoroughly. The next morning, the first rays of the morning sun gradually revealed a charming color. The first rays of the rising sun fell on the mountain peak. Du Xiaofu stopped comprehending and opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the clouds in the sky. The light was ever-changing, as if there were 100 pillars of light shining down from the heavens. Du Xiaofu stretched and breathed in the fresh air of the mountain range. He felt invigorated and his body was filled with energy. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang also stopped their breathing exercises. After a night of breathing exercises, the 2 of them felt even more refreshed. Roar! A moment later, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and continued to fly in the direction of Tianwu Academy. During the day, the king-scaled demonic tiger continued to cultivate. At dusk, a vast and boundless forest appeared before the 3 of them. As she gazed at the vast and boundless forest, Ouyang Shuang's eyes slowly revealed a solemn expression. Her eyebrows faintly twitched as she softly said, "The dark forest is just ahead. We cannot ride the king-scaled demonic tiger, we must find a way to cross it." Chapter 155. Dark Forest, what kind of place is that? Du Xiaofu gazed at the boundless forest in front of him. It was different from the savage beast mountain range. The vast and boundless forest lacked the desolation of the savage beast mountain range. Instead, it had an additional dark aura. Looking at it from afar, one could feel a dark aura spreading over, causing one's mind to feel uncomfortable for no reason. The dark forest is a very special place. It is located at the border of the Stone Dragon Empire. It also happens to be surrounded by the borders of 3 other empires. This place is rich in elixirs and demon beasts. Over time, this place has become a paradise for adventurers and refugees. Yang Shuang paused for a moment before continuing, this place is beyond the control of the Stone Dragon Empire and the other empires. This place is chaotic and full of slaughter. Strength is everything. There are many top experts hiding in this place. They have established a special order in the Dark Forest through their strength. Over the years, the Dark Forest has developed to a terrifying extent. This place is equivalent to another small empire, an empire where the strong prey on the weak. Everything here depends on strength. This place sounds pretty good. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly. He wasn't too surprised. This world was a place where the strong prey on the weak and strength was everything. It was just that the Dark Forest was more explicit and thorough. Pretty good. Yang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Wait until you see how cruel this place is. I'm afraid you won't be so cowardly. All the rules and standards here can only be measured by one's strength. Strength is the only rule and standard. This is really unfair to the weak." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. In this world, everything was based on strength. It was just that it was more obscure and not as obvious and straightforward as the Dark Forest. Yang Shuang looked at Du Xiaofu and continued, "Of course, although the Dark Forest is chaotic and not prosperous, it is extremely lively. It is more lively than any other place in the empire." "Why is that?" Du Xiaofu asked curiously. The Dark Forest is a paradise for adventurers and refugees from different countries. Naturally, it's also a paradise for trading. You can find anything you want in the Dark Forest. Elixirs, spirit weapons, cultivation techniques, demonic beast blood essence, secret bones, demonic beast mounts. You can find anything you want in the Dark Forest. If you want to sell something, no one will ask you where you got it from. Yang Shuang glanced at Du Xiaofu and said, "Even the merchants from the nearby empires and the Stone Dragon Empire often sneak into the Dark Forest to purchase items." "It is indeed a good place," Du Xiaofu said with a smile. "After passing through the Dark Forest, you will arrive at our Tianwu Academy. The surrounding area belongs to our Tianwu Academy. Even though the Dark Forest is huge, no one dares to enter the territory of our Tianwu Academy. On the other hand, the disciples of our Tianwu Academy often enter the Dark Forest," Yang Shuang said. Du Xiaofu asked, "Why is that?" Yang Shuang said, "There are quite a few people on Tianwu Academy's wanted list who are hiding in the Dark Forest. Naturally, this will attract many students to come out to earn rewards. Once you enter Tianwu Academy, you will slowly understand everything." In a short moment, the king-scaled demonic tiger approached the Dark Forest and the three of them landed outside the Dark Forest. The king-scaled demonic tiger retracted its body and followed beside Du Xiaofu like a kitten. The dense forest was filled with towering trees. The largest trees were at least a few dozen zhang tall. Shrubs grew everywhere and there were even some weeds that were several zhang tall. The forest was dark and bottomless. There were many people walking on the path and it was extremely refreshing. However, the dark aura that was faintly emitted from the Dark Forest made one feel uncomfortable. "Be careful, we have to pass through the Dark Forest carefully. If we encounter any merchant groups or escort companies, we can spend some cultivation coins to get them to give us a ride. They will have some low-tier demonic beasts as mounts and their speed will be faster. They usually have some connections in the Dark Forest and will not be in too much danger," Yang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu. Following which, the three of them and the tiger walked into the Dark Forest. The boundless sea of trees was extremely deep and the darkness was so deep that one could not see the end of it. Especially at dusk, it was extremely eerie and caused one's heart to tremble. Roar roar, in the depths of the forest, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time. Within the dim forest, several figures were moving about. From time to time, they would leap onto the towering trees. Their sharp gazes swept through the dense forest. However, it seemed that it was difficult to find the target they were searching for. After which, the figures continued to move forward. As the sky grew darker, the light in the sea of trees also grew dimmer. Looks like we need to find a place to rest. We will set off tomorrow morning. There is no way to travel at night and it is easy to get lost here, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu and Dai Xingyu in the forest. Du Xiaofu nodded and said, then let's find a place to rest for tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Roar! Suddenly, the king-scaled demonic tiger's shrunken body tensed up as it looked ahead vigilantly. Be careful. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly as he immediately warned Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang. His gaze was vigilant as he looked around. So. Just as Du Xiaofu was looking ahead, several figures passed through the dark forest in front of them. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. There were a total of 5 people, 2 young men and 3 middle-aged men. They were all dressed in black. The 5 of them leaped onto 5 towering trees and looked at Du Xiaofu and the other 2. Their eyes twitched as they leaped and landed in front of Du Xiaofu and the other 2. 5 auras surged. The auras of the 5 of them were extremely strange and emitted a baleful aura that made one feel extremely uncomfortable. 1 complete pulsation realm, 2 pulsation realm, and 2 initial pulsation realm. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept over them and roughly probed the cultivation levels of the 5 people. These 5 people were emitting a baleful aura that made one feel uncomfortable all over. This also made Du Xiaofu immediately raise his guard. The 5 of them landed on the ground and looked at the Du Xiaofu trio. In the end, all 5 of their gazes were unsurprisingly attracted by Ouyang Shuang. It was extremely rare to see such a beautiful lady in the entire dark forest. Brat, have you seen a little green bird? The leading man asked Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. No. Du Xiaofu directly shook his head. You really didn't? If you dare to lie, I'll skin you alive. The leader stared at Du Xiaofu with a gloomy look. This person's words made Du Xiaofu unhappy. After all, they had just arrived at the dark forest and Du Xiaofu did not want to cause trouble. Forcefully suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, he said, no means no. We have just arrived here. Boss, we have not found it after searching for so long. Why don't we take a break? Those 2 girls are not bad, especially the big one. Why don't we have some fun and then continue our search? A lean man beside the leader stared at Ouyang Shuang's body without blinking. His saliva almost flowed out of his mouth, and his gaze gradually became heated. Such a stunning woman made him stare straight at her, and he didn't even try to cover up his words. You are courting death. When Ouyang Shuang heard this, her beautiful face suddenly became gloomy. Oh, this chick is quite spicy. I like it. I don't know if you will be as spicy when I have sex with you later. I like spicy things. The lean man raised his gaze and looked at Ouyang Shuang. His gaze became more and more excited. Forget it, let's find the treasure first. If we can't find it, we will have to bear the consequences. The leading man reluctantly looked away from Ouyang Shuang. What a pity, boss. This will not take much time. When the lean man heard this, he suddenly became disappointed and his gaze was filled with reluctance. The leading burly man ignored the lean burly man. Instead, he looked at Du Xiaofu and the other 2 and said, Kid, be honest and hand over your cosmos pouches and scram. Don't waste our time. Consider yourself lucky to be able to survive today. Ouyang Shuang was furious. Just as she was about to speak, Du Xiaofu interrupted her. He looked at the leading man and said, what if I don't agree? Don't agree? When he heard this, the leading man was puzzled. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at a monster and said, Brat who is still wet behind the ears. Your tone is quite savage. Do you know where this place is? The dark forest. Du Xiaofu looked at the leading man and said. Yes, it is the dark forest. This is not a place where a brat like you can barge in. We are from the Black Fiend sect. If you don't know what's good for you, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to regret it. The leading man sneered. A brat who is still wet behind the ears with a little girl and a beautiful young girl appeared in the dark forest. This made him feel strange. He was afraid that this brat was from a rich family and deliberately came to the dark forest to look for excitement. Black Fiend sect. I have never heard of it. If you want the Qiankuan bag, then come and get it yourself. Du Xiaofu looked at the leading man and his expression darkened. Chapter 156. Kiki, a brat still wet behind the ears. Today, I will show you what the Black Fiend sect is. Behind the burly leader, the one on the left of the two Pulsation Realm youths who had just ascended to the Pulsation Realm sneered coldly. How could he place a brat who was still wet behind the ears in his eyes? Just as he finished speaking, the profound energy beneath his feet surged, and his figure instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Pretty little sister, I will personally retrieve the Qiankuan bag on your body. The lean burly man's figure also pounced towards Ouyang Shuang at the same time, his eyes burning with lust. If he were to search the Qiankuan bag on such a beautiful girl, it would be a form of enjoyment. The lean burly man's cultivation base was higher than the youth's, so his speed was even faster. In an instant, he appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang, and with a perverted smile, his hand reached towards Ouyang Shuang's protruding chest. Courting death. Ouyang Shuang cried out, her aura surging out in a short instant. The aura of the complete Pulsation Realm swept out, and the long sword in her hand shot out, the sword light transforming into a ray of light as it shot towards the lean burly man. This woman is at the complete Pulsation Realm. Not good. The lean burly man was shocked. He had not expected that this extremely young and beautiful girl before him would actually be at the complete Pulsation Realm. His lust turned into shock in an instant, and the hand that was reaching towards Ouyang Shuang's chest retracted abruptly, not daring to advance any further. Too slow. Ouyang Shuang cried out. How could she let the lean burly man go? The long sword in her hand emitted the sound of wind and thunder, transforming into a ray of light. A sharp aura soared into the sky, causing the surrounding space to ripple. The runes on the treasured sword moved, and the sword light spread out, finally transforming into numerous rays of sword light. All of them were incomparably sharp, instantly enveloping the lean burly man. Wind cry sword art. Numerous rays of sword light shot out, cutting through the air and space. They lined up neatly, locking onto the lean burly man. The lean burly man's eyes were filled with fear. Black profound energy gushed out from his body along with an unpleasant smell. The profound energy condensed, and there were faint traces of runes, attempting to block those sword light rays. Boss, save me. However, those sword rays were too shocking. They directly destroyed the profound energy around the skinny burly man's body and shattered his runes. After that, they directly plunged into the skinny burly man's body. Before the skinny burly man could finish his cry for help, he could no longer speak and his body fell straight to the ground. Chi! Almost at the same time, a young man from the other side arrived in front of Du Xiaofu and directly smashed his fist towards Du Xiaofu's face. Profound energy swept out and his aura was extremely fierce. If you want my Qiankuan pouch, you've got the wrong person. Du Xiaofu did not expect to encounter someone who wanted to snatch his Qiankuan bag the moment he entered the dark forest. How could he be willing to do so? With a deep shout, he waved his hand and a faint golden profound energy radiance was emitted from his palm. Profound energy surged and his palm directly landed on the youth's fist. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's attack did not use any martial skill at all. He did not stick to a pattern. His every move was simple and fierce. The strength was terrifying and it was enough to destroy everything. However, at this moment, if anyone thought that Du Xiaofu was purely relying on strength to defeat 10 people, they would definitely be gravely mistaken. During this period of time, Du Xiaofu had slowly comprehended the profound meaning of the mysterious move. His seemingly simple and fierce moves actually contained the mysterious move. This also allowed these simple and casual moves to not lose out to those powerful martial skills. Bang! In a short moment, Du Xiaofu's hand landed directly on the youth's fist. Instantly, a muffled sound reverberated. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, the youth's fist trembled violently. In the end, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. In an instant, the bones in his entire right arm were directly destroyed into powder. His arm drooped down powerlessly. Ah! A miserable shriek was emitted from the young man's mouth. His body was sent flying into the distance like a kite with a broken string. The terrifying force that destroyed his right arm was enough to destroy his internal organs. It was likely that he would not be able to survive. In a short period of time, 2 of the 5 people who had attacked were directly killed. The expressions of the remaining 3 people changed drastically. All of this was completely different from what they had imagined. They did not expect that a youth who still smelled of his mother's milk and a young and beautiful woman were actually fiends. Kill them all. They are from the Black Fiends sect. We cannot leave them alive. Ouyang Shuang's delicate body had already pounced forward again. Her target was the leading perfect pulsation stage man. The sword in her hand was like a spirit snake. Sword shadows pierced through the air and immediately enveloped the surrounding space. Understood. Du Xiaofu softly shouted when he heard this. He attacked again. Faint golden light surged around his body like golden lightning. His figure instantly pounced to the side of the second youth. With the momentum of thunder, his right hand clenched into a fist and punched forward. Crack, crack, in front of the fist, the runes surged. The air was oppressed until there was a muffled sound. It was as though the space was going to explode. The momentum was extremely terrifying and overbearing. In fact, the youth's cultivation level was the same as Du Xiaofu. However, no matter if it was speed or strength, the youth could not be compared to Du Xiaofu, who could kill opponents of a higher cultivation level. Bang! In his panic and fear, the youth was unable to dodge. Instantly, Du Xiaofu's fist smashed into his chest. Then, blood dripped from his mouth. His body flew backward violently and crashed into a towering tree. The towering tree shook and cracked. It did not get up again. Whoosh! The last pulsation stage Nirvana realm man's eyes were filled with fear. He immediately fled for his life. Where do you think you are going? Faint golden profound chi surged under Du Xiaofu's feet. He chased after him as fast as lightning. His momentum was like a golden-winged rock. In an instant, he appeared behind the man. Oscillating fist. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and sent out a fist imprint. The fist imprint made 13 consecutive sounds in the air. Du Xiaofu's oscillating fist finally landed on the back of the burly man who was trying to escape, causing the surrounding air to explode. Pfft! The man was unable to resist at all. His body instantly fell forward as blood spurted from his mouth. Woo! However, at this moment, as blood spurted out from the big man's mouth, a sharp whistle rang out. At this moment, it spread in the dusky dark forest that was shrouded by dusk. Not good. Du Xiaofu did not know what the whistle meant. However, he could faintly feel that something was wrong. His figure immediately appeared behind the man who fell to the ground. A fist directly landed on the back of the man's head. The sharp whistle suddenly stopped and the man's head was inserted into the ground. How dare you kill the people of the Black Fiends sect? You are dead meat. The leader of the men who was trapped by Ouyang Shuang shouted gloomily. After being repelled by Ouyang Shuang's sword, he had an ugly look in his eyes. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. His hand seals changed as he communicated with his martial vein. As the runes flashed, they condensed into a black demonic wolf vein spirit. It was like a living creature as it roared and pounced towards Ouyang Shuang. Roar! With a deep tiger roar, the king-scaled demonic tiger's figure appeared. Its ferocious tiger claws appeared out of thin air. With one claw, it tore the black demonic wolf vein spirit into runes. With his vein spirit torn apart, the leader of the men immediately spurted blood from his mouth. Bang! With a low muffled sound, Du Xiaofu appeared behind him in a flash. His fist landed on his back as fast as lightning. A faint golden light burst out from his fist. A terrifying force poured out and directly bombarded the leader of the men until he spurted blood from his mouth. His body staggered forward. Swoosh! A sword glow was like lightning. Killing intent blossomed at lightning speed as it strangely swept out. It was fast, ruthless and accurate as it directly pierced through the chest of the leader. A blood-red pillar shot out as the leader powerlessly collapsed. Nearby, Dai Xingyu's beautiful face turned pale. Her clear eyes faintly trembled. This kind of massacre caused her heart to tremble. She was completely frightened. 5 members of the Black Fiend sect were killed in a short period of time. Not a single one was left alive. Ouyang Shuang's expression was extremely solemn. Her sparkling large eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as she said, "We must leave immediately. They are from the Black Fiend sect. The whistle just now should be a signal for them to inform others. I'm afraid that a large group of Black Fiend sect disciples will arrive soon." Is the Black Fiend sect very strong? Looking at Ouyang Shuang's solemn expression, Du Xiaofu's gaze turned serious as well. He knew Ouyang Shuang's character. This woman wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. At this moment, she was also worried about the Black Fiend sect. This proved that the Black Fiend sect's strength wasn't ordinary. Within the dark forest, there are countless factions. Among them, the Black Fiend sect is a top-notch existence. They are the kings of the dark forest. No one dares to provoke the disciples of the Black Fiend sect because they are the most ruthless and bloodthirsty. Over the years, many students of Tianwu Academy have fallen in the hands of the Black Fiend sect. Many experts of the Black Fiend sect are also highly ranked on the bounty list of Tianwu Academy, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. It seems like the Black Fiend sect is really strong. Du Xiaofu's gaze turned solemn. Du Xiaofu wasn't an arrogant person. Since it was his first time in the dark forest, he naturally couldn't be careless. After pondering for a short while, he raised his head to look at Ouyang Shuang and said, "Let's leave this place first." After saying that, Du Xiaofu didn't forget to collect the Qiankuan bags from the bodies of the Black Fiend sect disciples. "Brother Xiaofu, come and take a look. This little bird is so pitiful." At this moment, Dai Xingyu's voice sounded from not far away. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang immediately rushed over. They saw that Dai Xingyu, who was quite frightened a moment ago, was currently looking at a palm-sized green bird in the bushes not far away. Chapter 157. This little green bird was only the size of a palm, and only the size of a child's palm at that. Its green feathers glowed with some light, and the feathers on its right wing were dripping wet, dyed red by fresh blood. Its pair of small eyes shone brightly as it stared pitifully at Dai Xingyu. As Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang rushed over, fear and terror immediately surged out from the little green bird's pitiful eyes. It peered through the shrubbery at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang, wanting to flee in panic. However, when it flapped its wings, it found that its right wing was dripping with blood, and could no longer fly. "Little bird, don't be afraid, we won't hurt you." Dai Xingyu slowly crawled into the shrubbery like a cat, gently extending her hand towards the little green bird, saying, "You're injured and can't fly anymore. Let me take a look." The little green bird's beady black eyes stared fearfully at Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. However, when it saw Dai Xingyu's clear eyes, its fear faded a little, and the shock in its eyes softened considerably. It blinked its eyes and gently flapped its injured right wing. In the end, it did not try to dodge, and allowed Dai Xingyu to gently hold it in her palm. Could this be the little green bird that the Black Fiend sect members are searching for? Du Xiaofu looked at the little green bird in Dai Xingyu's palm. There were flowing lights on its feathers, and there was a large amount of blood on its right wing. There were also faint traces of talisman patterns on it. It was definitely not an ordinary item. The little green bird stared at Du Xiaofu, as if it had sensed some aura. The initial fear and shock in its eyes gradually revealed some intimacy, but also faintly fear. Xiaofu Gij, this little bird is injured. Can you save it? Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu. Looking at the injured little green bird in her palm, her eyes were filled with anxiety and worry. This little green bird doesn't seem ordinary. It should have been born not too long ago. Yangshuang had also sensed the extraordinariness of the little green bird. It was likely that it had just turned into milk, and appeared very young and tender. We can't stay here for long. Let's leave this place first, Du Xiaofu said. Next, the three of them and one tiger hastily left. Seeing that they might encounter members of the Black Fiend sect in front of them, Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu, and Yang Shuang could only move to the side. Along the way, Du Xiaofu didn't forget to erase the traces behind him to prevent others from discovering his whereabouts. This was also the experience he had gained in the barbaric beast mountain range. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after the Du Xiaofu trio left, quite a number of figures hurriedly appeared at the place where the fight had just taken place. All of them were wearing black clothes and there were quite a number of them. There were at least a dozen of them and the auras of the figures standing at the front were extremely dark and cold. There's a small group of 5 people who died. There should be at least 2 people who attacked. One used a sword, and the other had great strength. The 5 corpses were immediately carried together. A man in the middle inspected the 5 corpses before respectfully reporting to the leader of the group, a black-clothed elder who looked to be in his 50s. The treasure we're searching for must have been discovered by someone. Those who dare to kill members of my Black Fiend sect and steal our things. Find them for me. Those people must not have gone far. We must find those reckless bastards. The black-clothed elder's face was gloomy as killing intent flickered in his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the elder's voice faded, the dozens of figures immediately spread out in all directions, quickly disappearing into the dusky forest. The moonlight shrouded the vast and boundless dark forest. The shadows grew thicker and thicker, gradually blending into the night sky. However, the moonlight soon illuminated the forest into a silvery gray color. In mid-air, the bright moonlight decorated the night sky, making the night sky look like an endless transparent sea, quiet, vast, and mysterious. The numerous stars were like small sparks rippling in the sea, flickering and twinkling. Within the forest, in a rift valley surrounded by towering trees, the moonlight shone through the dense forest, casting mottled traces of light on the rift valley. Du Xiaofu, Dai Xingyu, and Yangshuang sat together in a circle. The king-scaled demonic tiger cautiously crept nearby, its tiger eyes scanning the surroundings. Its right wing is injured, but it shouldn't be a big problem. It will slowly recover. After Du Xiaofu inspected the small green bird in Dai Xingyu's palm, he took out some elixirs from his Qiankuan bag. The small green bird's gaze first looked at Du Xiaofu with some confusion. Then, it felt the aura of the elixirs, opened its small mouth and directly ate the elixirs like a chick pecking rice. Finally, it swallowed them into its stomach. Its small black eyes looked at Du Xiaofu and Yangshuang, and its gaze gradually relaxed. What kind of bird is this? It actually ate the elixirs directly. Yangshuang was puzzled. This small green bird was clearly not an ordinary creature, but she really did not know the identity of this small green bird. I don't know either. Du Xiaofu also shook his head. He also did not recognize this small green bird, but from the looks of it, it was clear that it was not an ordinary creature. Otherwise, the Black Fiend sect would not be looking for this small green bird everywhere. Little Qingqing is so pitiful. It even got injured again. Big brother Xiaofu, big sister Shuang, can we bring it along to Tianwu Academy? Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu and Yang Shuang with a pleading gaze. She could not bear to leave this injured small green bird behind. She had already given it a name, Little Qingqing. She felt that this name was not bad. All right, let's bring it along. Du Xiaofu nodded. This small green bird should not be an ordinary creature. The small green bird nestled in Dai Xingyu's palm intimately, as though it treated Dai Xingyu as its kin. It seemed to have developed a sense of dependence on Dai Xingyu after getting injured. Roar! Suddenly, the king-scaled demonic tiger let out a low roar. Its shrunken body immediately stood up and its tiger eyes stared ahead. Someone is catching up. Du Xiaofu immediately stood up and said to Yang Shuang, pay attention to Xingyu. Leave the rest to me and the little tiger. Let's see if they are from the Black Fiend sect first. Yang Shuang nodded. At this moment, she did not bicker with Du Xiaofu. Little Qingqing, don't be afraid. With big brother Xiaofu around, no one will bully you. Dai Xingyu said to the small green bird in her palm. However, her clear eyes were filled with nervousness. Swoosh swoosh, in a short period of time, more than 10 figures appeared in the surroundings of the canyon. The newcomers were all dressed in black and were like ghosts in the night. If not for the dark baleful aura spreading out, it would be impossible to discover their existence. It's the people from the Black Fiend sect. They have caught up. Gazing at the faintly discernible dozen or so figures under the night sky and sensing the dozen or so fluctuating auras, Yang Shuang's expression immediately turned grave once again. She did not expect that after running so far, these people from the Black Fiend sect would actually catch up so quickly. There are Meridian spiritual stage cultivators. Du Xiaofu's gaze fluctuated as he felt the aura fluctuations in the surroundings. Impressively, there were Meridian spiritual stage cultivators among them. The treasure is in the hands of the little girl. Under the dusky night sky, a black-clothed man on the canyon swept his gaze and immediately saw the small green bird in Dai Xingyu's hand. He said to the leader of the group, it must be these people who killed our Black Fiend sect disciples. Woo woo. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound rang out from the dark forest. I didn't expect it to be a few brats. Hand over the green bird and let us capture you. The leader waved his hand and the dozen figures immediately leapt into the canyon. Their gazes locked onto Du Xiaofu, Yang Shuang and Dai Xingyu. They have already informed the others. Let's end this quickly. Little tiger, do it. Du Xiaofu looked at Yang Shuang. Their eyes met. Both of them understood that if they were trapped by more and more Black Fiend sect disciples, the situation would become increasingly worse. Within the dark forest, all the rules were decided by strength. There was no need to talk about reason. Ch. As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu immediately made his move. A pale golden halo of light immediately enveloped his entire body. Like a pale golden ball of light, the light spread out. His feet stomped on the rocks on the ground. With a terrifying force, he directly pounced towards a nearby black-clothed person whose aura was at the mysterious pulsation stage. Buzz! The sword in Yang Shuang's hand was unsheathed. The cry of the sword was like wind and thunder. Sword light flashed and like lightning, she immediately began her attack. You dare to attack? You're courting death. The large man leading the group shouted in a gloomy voice. However, before he could finish speaking, his expression immediately changed. He seemed to have sensed something behind him. He immediately turned around, only to see a huge tiger ferociously pouncing over. It was glaring at him with runes flashing around it. Its might was astonishing. Meridian Spirit Stage Demonic Beast. The leader's expression changed greatly. In an instant, his hand seals condensed and profound energy gushed out. Dazzling runic light enveloped his body as he struck out with both his palms. palm seals immediately blocked the king-scaled demonic tiger. Chi! In a short instant, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of his target. The black-clothed man hurriedly sent out a fist to meet it. Du Xiaofu's gaze did not change as his fist smashed out, instantly colliding with the black-clothed man's fist. Boom! The collision of the two fists was extremely intense. Du Xiaofu's fist was too terrifying. It was indestructible and could destroy everything. It directly shattered the black-clothed man's fist like a hot knife through butter and sent his body flying. Bang bang! Immediately after, Du Xiaofu pounced out once again, and he instantly appeared in front of the other two black-clothed men. His fists were like two dragons emerging from the sea, and they directly destroyed the black-colored profound energy defense that the two black-clothed men had hastily condensed around them. After that, he smashed their chests into pieces. Rumble! Du Xiaofu fiercely attacked and ended the battle quickly. He was like a human-shaped demonic beast, indestructible and invincible. Ah! In the blink of an eye, numerous black-clothed figures were sent flying away like rocks. Miserable cries continued to ring out. The little green bird's small body stood on Dai Xingyu's palm. Its small black eyes stared intently at Du Xiaofu's attack. Its gaze was filled with doubt, curiosity, and fear. Chapter 158. Swish! Swish! Ouyang Shuang was also attacking with all her might. Her graceful body was overflowing, and her sword light was as sharp as lightning. Wherever the sword light passed, runes would explode and cut through the air, leaving a vacuum mark. Many black-robed men were unable to withstand it, and several of them were instantly killed by Ouyang Shuang's sword. Swish! A black-robed man took the opportunity to pounce on Dai Xingyu. He waved his hand and sent a claw towards Dai Xingyu. A gust of black xian qi was used, causing the surrounding space to be swept up. Chirp! Chirp! Dai Xingyu's nervous body stiffened, and the little green bird in his palm chirped. Swish! Streaks of sword light broke through the air, and the sharp sword light descended, instantly severing the black-robed man's hand. Bang! In the next instant, a slender palm landed heavily on the black-robed man's chest, sending his body flying away with a blood-curdling scream. Xingyu, be careful! Ouyang Shuang appeared in front of Dai Xingyu, but several Black Fiend sect disciples surrounded and attacked at the same time. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu's figure pounced over like a ferocious beast, and several Black Fiend sect disciples were directly slapped to death. Finally, his body appeared in front of Ouyang Shuang, and he asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ouyang Shuang raised her head slightly, and her big eyes looked at Du Xiaofu, faintly revealing some shock. Today, she seemed to have seen another side of this guy. He was so domineering and terrifying, like a savage beast. Her eyes were slightly dazed, and she immediately looked at Du Xiaofu's back. She said, "Be careful, bang." Before Ouyang Shuang's voice fell, Du Xiaofu had already struck with a backhand attack, and a black-robed youth was instantly sent flying. This man and woman are both powerful. Hold them back and wait for the sex experts to arrive. In a short period of time, apart from the leader who was currently being attacked by the king-scaled demonic tiger, there were only 2 great perfection pulsation realm experts left among the dozen Black Fiend sect disciples. Use all your strength. We have to escape as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu said to Ouyang Shuang. As his voice fell, his figure instantly pounced on one of the great perfection pulsation realm experts. Swish swish. Ouyang Shuang also pounced out at the same time, the sword in her hand drawing out a lot of sword light as it swept out. Just hold them back. The experts from the sect will be here soon. The 2 peak pulsation realm martial artists had ugly expressions on their faces. With a loud shout, they leapt out to meet him. The fierce battle was on the verge of breaking out again. In the distance, the tiger roared in the forest, and the fierce battle became even more intense. Swish! Just as Du Xiaofu pounced towards the Great Perfection Pulsation Realm expert, the middle-aged man instantly sent out a finger seal. The finger seal was like a spear, piercing through the air and heading straight for Du Xiaofu's forehead. Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He did not dare to be careless when facing a perfected Pulsation Realm cultivator. He quickly dodged, and the finger mark brushed past his cheek. A few strands of hair by his ear were shaved off, and the strong wind caused his cheek to hurt. "Kid, you are too inexperienced." Seeing this, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. Du Xiaofu had dodged so quickly that his figure appeared in front of him. Forming a hand seal, he sent a palm seal towards Du Xiaofu's chest with lightning speed. He estimated that at such a close distance, the kid would not be able to dodge at all. However, this middle-aged man did not expect that Du Xiaofu had no intention of dodging at all. He allowed the palm to land on his chest. Bang! When the palm seal landed, the middle-aged man in black felt as if his palm had landed on the hardest rock. A terrifying rebounding force surged out, causing his palm to hurt. Stormy Wave's palm. In a flash, Du Xiaofu's Stormy Wave's palm struck out in a straight line. Like a killer move, it suddenly exploded and landed on the black-clothed man's chest, destroying his defense. It was accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy that poured out in torrents. Puchi! The middle-aged man in black was suddenly sent flying. His defense was unable to withstand the attack. At this moment, he realized that the young man had relied on his terrifying defense to ignore his palm. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his body landed on a rock more than 10 meters away. In truth, Du Xiaofu was not ignoring the attack of a Pulse Realm expert. Du Xiaofu would not be so careless. However, under the current circumstances, he needed to end the battle quickly and defeat his opponent as quickly as possible to escape. If this continued, when the other members of the Black Fiends sect nearby arrived, the consequences would be much more severe. Bang! The middle-aged man in black shattered the rock behind him. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, but he did not lose his life. After all, he was a Pulse Realm expert. However, at this moment, when he looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? How can an early Pulse Realm expert's aura be so strong? The middle-aged man in black's eyes were filled with disbelief. The kid's cultivation was clearly not high, but the kid's strength and defense were extremely terrifying. It was completely beyond his imagination and understanding. Du Xiaofu's body once again stepped towards the middle-aged man in black. He had just taken a palm strike head-on. Although it was not a big deal, it was not easy either. The palm strike of a Pulse Realm expert had caused pain where the palm landed, causing the blood in his body to churn. Chi la la. Seeing Du Xiaofu step towards him, the middle-aged man in black's hand seals changed. He communicated with his martial vein, and the runes flashed. Instantly, the vein spirit condensed. It was a strange demonic beast phantom that looked like a wolf but was not a wolf. It roared like a living creature and directly pounced at Du Xiaofu. Seeing that his opponent had used all of his strength in activating the vein spirit, Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed slightly. His hand seals changed, and a pale golden light surged. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered. In an instant, his palm opened like a palm leaf fan and fiercely slapped at the demonic beast phantom. The space around his palm was densely packed with golden runes, layer upon layer, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. Shaking sky wings. Wherever Du Xiaofu's hand passed, faint golden talisman runes flickered and condensed. It seemed as if an arc-shaped golden space had condensed around his palm. An overbearing and ferocious aura suddenly spread and swept out, causing the space to tremble. After that, Du Xiaofu's hand fiercely slapped the body of the wolf-like demon beast. Pang! As the wings flapped, the wolf-like demonic beast's eyes instantly filled with fear, as if it had felt the most terrifying pressure and fear. After that, a low muffled sound rang out, and the wolf-like demonic beast's shadow was directly dispersed by Du Xiaofu's hand. Plop! The black-clothed middle-aged man spat out another mouthful of blood, as fear gushed out from his eyes. He had communicated with his martial vein and condensed a vain spirit, yet he was still unable to withstand a single blow. The terrifying aura from his opponent was like the most tyrannical demonic beast king, causing his vain spirit to be directly suppressed. Boom! The sound of breaking air resounded, and the space trembled. Clanging sounds rang out, and the golden runes were dazzling. The black-clothed middle-aged man's eyes turned sluggish, as a fist directly expanded in his pupils. Finally, it landed on his head, and an intense pain was transmitted from his head. Then, he lost consciousness. Pang! The black-clothed middle-aged man's head was directly smashed by Du Xiaofu's fist, and he could not be more dead. Ayo! An astonishing beast roar rang out, and the sword in Ouyang Shuang's hand had already been withdrawn. Her hand's seals changed, and she communicated with her martial vein. Runes bloomed, and condensed a vain spirit, which was a ferocious and mighty two-headed leopard. Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard. Du Xiaofu looked over, and he was rather surprised. Ouyang Shuang's vain spirit was actually a rare Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard. This demonic beast was extremely powerful, and it was definitely not inferior to the king-scaled demonic tiger. However, it was unknown if it could be compared to the mutated king-scaled demonic tiger. Moo! The perfect pulsation realm martial artist, who was fiercely fighting with Ouyang Shuang, also activated his vain spirit. A thick demonic bull raised its head and let out a long cry, then it immediately charged towards Ouyang Shuang. Boom! The two human vain spirits fought fiercely, and runes bloomed. After a few short clashes, Ouyang Shuang's vain spirit, the Scarlet Sky Two-Headed Leopard, was clearly much stronger. From the mouths of the two heads, a beam of energy directly struck the demonic bull's body, causing many runes to scatter from its phantom body. Chi! Almost at the same time, Ouyang Shuang's graceful body flew out. Her delicate hand waved, and a palm print directly slammed towards the opponent. The perfect pulsation realm martial artist's face darkened, and his eyes were as cold as ice. A palm print rapidly collided. Bang! A low muffled sound of energy exploded. Ouyang Shuang clearly had the upper hand, but at this moment, her delicate body was forced back. However, at the same time, Ouyang Shuang's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Xiao! Just as the perfect pulsation realm martial artist was feeling rather puzzled, a sword shadow swept through the sky. The runes flashed, and the sword light was extremely sharp. It directly swept through his lower abdomen, and the unparalleled sword light wreaked havoc, twisting his body into pieces. Chi! Chi! As the perfect pulsation realm martial artist was killed by Ouyang Shuang, the demonic bull's vain spirit also turned into runes and dissipated. Roar! The tiger's roar was like thunder. In mid-air, the leading middle-aged martial artist also activated his vain spirit. It was a demonic eagle, but just as he activated his vain spirit, it was immediately destroyed by the king-scaled demonic tiger's wings. A tiger claw also slammed onto his body. Bang! His body was slammed down by the king-scaled demonic tiger, and after smashing through a series of tree branches, he heavily smashed onto the ground. Die! Du Xiaofu finally waited for an opportunity, and his figure flashed by the side of the falling leader. Boom! Just as the leading middle-aged martial artist fell down, covered in blood, a fist blasted out. Pale golden profound chi poured in, and an extremely domineering aura swept out. A cold murderous aura surged, and finally, it ruthlessly smashed onto the head of the leading middle-aged martial artist, directly flattening his head. Little tiger, bring us away quickly, quickly. Du Xiaofu only took the leading middle-aged martial artist's Qiankuan bag and immediately let the king-scaled demonic tiger land. The three of them jumped onto the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, and immediately flapped their wings and flew into the sky towards the forest. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could only hope that the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed would allow him to escape. Chapter 159. Under the moonlight, the mountains were dark and boundless. The undulating forest was like the waves of a flood. The towering mountain peaks were among them, like huge tombs standing in the night sky. Are these people chasing after us because of Qingqing? On the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger, Dai Xingyu's eyes were filled with nervousness as she held Qingqing tightly in her hands. No matter what the reason is, the Black Fiend's sect will not let us off. We have to leave the dark forest as soon as possible. Once we reach the boundary of Tianwu Academy, we will be safe. Ouyang Shuang said. Don't worry, something will happen. Du Xiaofu gently stroked Dai Xingyu's head and comforted her. He felt a little helpless in his heart. Dai Xingyu, this girl, was a 2-star talisman master. Although her cultivation was not too strong, she should have some ability to protect herself. It was a pity that this lass couldn't make a move when she was nervous. This wasn't a small problem. If she met an opponent, she wouldn't be able to resist. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill people from my Black Fiend's sect and snatch something from my Black Fiend's sect, I will definitely tear you into pieces and grind your bones to dust. Suddenly, in the dark night sky, a loud shout came from behind the king-scaled demonic tiger. In the night, several figures wrapped in flowing light, like a meteor rainbow, were chasing after the king-scaled demonic tiger at high speed. Not good, the other experts from the Black Fiend's sect must have caught up. Ouyang Shuang's gaze was grave. She knew how terrifying the Black Fiend's sect was in the dark forest. Now that they had been targeted by the Black Fiend's sect, it would be difficult for them to escape. Big Brother Xiaofu, what should we do now? Dai Xingyu asked Du Xiaofu. The little green bird in his arms looked at the numerous streams of light that were chasing after them. It was unknown what it was thinking in its little head. Little tiger, try your best to escape. Du Xiaofu also had a serious look in his eyes. The several figures chasing after them were obviously at the spiritual pulse realm. Even the little tiger could only block one of them. Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang were also present, but they were unable to face a spiritual pulse realm cultivator. Of course, there was no need to mention Dai Xingyu. Du Xiaofu was well aware of his own strength. Even if he could barely contend against those at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm, the outcome would be obvious if he encountered those at the profound level of the pulse spirit realm. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Its enormous body had already been pushed to its maximum size, and its speed had reached the limit. As it flapped its wings, a storm swept out, causing the sea of trees below to undulate. The king-scaled devil tiger flew at full speed, and the figures of light behind it were getting further and further away. However, the first figure of light didn't lose its speed at all, and continued to follow behind. Not long after, a loud shout came out, "You can't escape, I will definitely turn you into ashes." Time passed slowly, and the king-scaled demonic tiger flew at full speed in the dark night. After half an hour, only one figure of light could be seen chasing after it. The others with lower strength had already been left behind, but the last figure could not be shaken off. Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and stuffed some elixirs into it. He didn't forget to recover his strength, and looked back at the figure chasing after them from time to time. He frowned slightly, and could only hope that the king-scaled demonic tiger could also shake off that figure. The expert from the Black Fiend sect chasing after us is at least at the Nirvana realm of the Pulse Spirit realm, right? Ouyang Shuang asked Du Xiaofu. At least at the Nirvana realm of the Pulse Spirit realm. Du Xiaofu nodded to Ouyang Shuang. The king-scaled demonic tiger was at the mysterious level of the Pulse Spirit realm. In addition to the king-scaled demonic tiger's innate speed talent, the person from the Black Fiend sect who was chasing after them was at least at the Nirvana realm of the Pulse Spirit realm. Ouyang Shuang frowned slightly, and then said to Du Xiaofu, "We are in trouble now. The Black Fiend sect is too powerful, and I am afraid that the deeper we go into the dark forest, the harder it will be to escape. We have to think of a way to escape as soon as possible. Let's get rid of the people behind us first. Du Xiaofu's expression was also serious. The person chasing after them was at least at the pulse realm of the Nirvana realm, and this was not easy to deal with. Even if the little tiger could resist, if the other experts from the Black Fiend sect caught up, the three of them and the king-scaled demonic tiger would all be wiped out. In this kind of situation, I am afraid that it will be even harder to get rid of them. We are in midair, and the people behind us have a wide field of vision. We can't hide, Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu pondered. Being in midair, there was no obstruction. Other than relying on absolute speed to get rid of the people behind them, there was no other way. Little tiger, let's go down first. After thinking for a moment, Du Xiaofu said to the king-scaled demonic tiger. The speed of the people chasing after them would not be much slower than the king-scaled demonic tiger, and it would be even harder to get rid of them in midair. If the three of them sat on the king-scaled demonic tiger's back, it would definitely affect the king-scaled demonic tiger's flying speed and advantage. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings, and its body suddenly tilted. At the same time, its body also began to shrink, and then it dived into the dense dark forest. You can't escape. The big one will not be able to escape even if you have wings. The figures behind them relentlessly chased after them. Seeing the king-scaled demonic tiger dived into the dark forest from afar, they also dashed into the dense forest. Little tiger, lure that guy away first, then come back to find us. We will wait here for you, be careful and pay attention to your safety. Du Xiaofu made a decision. The three of them would hide nearby, and let the king-scaled demonic tiger lure the person behind them away. Without the influence of the three of them, the king-scaled demonic tiger's speed would definitely be faster, and its chances of getting rid of the person behind them would be much higher. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger understood. After putting down Du Xiaofu and the other two, it flapped its wings and quickly leapt into the air. It purposely created a terrifying aura, destroying a large area of the canopy of the towering trees, and instantly swept into the distance. Where do you think you are going? The Black Fiend sect practitioner behind them sensed the activity in front of them, and once again, wrapped in a stream of light, rushed into the sky from the dense forest behind them, and closely chased at full speed. Moments later, after feeling the king-scaled demonic tiger and the Black Fiend sect practitioner's aura in the air disappear into the distance at the same time, Ouyang Shuang carefully stood up from the bushes, and softly asked Du Xiaofu, "Are you sure we can escape like this?" "I also don't know, but right now, we can only give it a try." Du Xiaofu replied, and also slowly stood up from the bushes. Through the mottled moonlight that shone through the gaps between the dense tree branches, he sized up his surroundings. Finally, his gaze landed on an inconspicuous but extremely large tree, and said, "Let's go up the tree and wait for the little tiger." Swoosh swoosh. The three of them climbed up the tree. Although Dai Xingyu was unable to make a move due to nervousness, she was still a perfect 2-star soul symbol master, and climbing a tree was not a problem. Immediately, the three people and one bird quietly perched on the tree, and quietly waited. Dai Xingyu was so nervous that she did not even dare to breathe loudly, and tightly snuggled up to Du Xiaofu's side. On the other hand, Du Xiaofu slightly closed his eyes, and began to sink into his mind to rest. After being chased for an entire night, he had expended a huge amount of energy. When this guy is serious, he is actually not so annoying. His appearance is actually quite pleasant to look at. Through the mottled moonlight, Ouyang Shuang occasionally looked at the purple-robed youth's resolute silhouette. The moonlight shone on his resolute and determined face, and suddenly, she felt that this guy was actually not too annoying at times. Woo woo. Ao ao. In the depths of the forest, the roars of wild beasts or demonic beasts could be heard from time to time, causing one's heartstrings to involuntarily tighten. 4 hours later, the moonlight gradually moved to the west, and the three people on the tree were still quietly waiting. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's slightly closed eyes opened, and his gaze vigilantly looked to the front. He said, "Be careful, there are people coming, and there are quite a few of them. Conceal your presence." Hearing this, Ouyang Shuang's slightly closed eyes also immediately opened them, and a serious expression immediately climbed onto her beautiful face. On the other hand, Dai Xingyu's little hand nervously tightly grabbed onto Du Xiaofu's arm. Tonight would definitely be an unforgettable night for her. I don't know who those people were, but there seems to be an extremely powerful demonic beast as well. It seems to be people from the Black Fiends sect. I heard that the people from the Black Fiends sect have been searching for something for the past 2 days. Let's not meet those people from the Black Fiends sect. Once we safely deliver this escort, we can have a good rest for a while. There are people from the Black Fiends sect nearby. Let's avoid them for the night, in case we encounter any trouble. Everyone be careful. Under the towering tree, 30 figures passed by. Their auras were all at the Pulse realm, and only one of them was at the Pulse spirit realm. Then, they left. Phew, Ouyang Shuang let out a sigh of relief. She lowered her voice and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's just a small escort agency in the dark forest. They're not from the Black Fiends sect." The people who just passed by were from the small escort agency, but the ones who came later should be from the Black Fiends sect. Du Xiaofu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became more and more serious. Using his mental energy, he discovered that there were many powerful auras fluctuating in the sky above. Whoosh whoosh, at a low altitude, through the gaps in the dense canopy, one could faintly see several flowing figures rapidly passing by. They should be the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators from the Black Fiends sect that the little tiger got rid of. Only when the flowing figures were far away did Du Xiaofu's secretly tense aura relax slightly. "I wonder how the little tiger is doing," Ouyang Shuang said softly. "I hope the little tiger won't be in trouble." Du Xiaofu was also a little worried. At this moment, he increasingly felt how weak he was. He had to strengthen himself as soon as possible. If he was an expert, why would he be hiding at this moment? "I didn't expect to be targeted by the Black Fiends sect the moment I entered the dark forest." Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face was suffused with a bitter smile. "Not good, jump quickly." Chapter 160. Not good, jump quickly. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression changed drastically. He pulled Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang and jumped down from the towering tree. Rumble. The moment the three of them landed on the ground, an astonishing rune light swept over the place where the three of them had just been. A terrifying energy struck and broke the towering tree in half. The huge treetop was smashed down, and a rumbling sound could be heard along with a strong energy wind that swept across the area. Thud thud. Du Xiaofu and the other two staggered to the ground and retreated in panic. Dai Xingyu almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu grabbed her arm. "I felt that something was wrong. I didn't expect these little brats to have hidden themselves so well. I reckon that even Elder Qi was fooled by you." As Du Xiaofu and the other two landed, several figures immediately descended from the sky. There were a total of 4 people, 4 Pulse Spirit stage cultivators. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man dressed in black robes. He was extremely short, probably less than 5 feet tall. However, his eyes flickered in the dark night, causing one's heart to tremble. From the fluctuations of the aura of these 4 people, they were the people from the Black Fiends sect who had just returned. There should be 2 Pulse Spirit Stage beginners, 1 Pulse Spirit Stage Mysterious, and 1 4-star Spirit Symbol Master. This is going to be troublesome. Du Xiaofu's gaze was extremely solemn. Among the 4 people, the short middle-aged man in black robes had an aura similar to that of the Talisman Master who had gone to the Stone City from the Flowing Cloud County. A 4-star Talisman Master who had just ascended was not easy to deal with, not to mention that there were 3 cultivators of the Pulse Spirit Realm eyeing him covetously. Du Xiaofu guessed in his heart that the one who had just discovered the three of them was definitely this spirit symbol master. Spirit symbol masters usually had very strong mental energy. It's that treasure. It's in the hands of that little girl. When the four of them landed on the ground, four gazes swept over Du Xiaofu's group before immediately landing tightly on the little green bird in Dai Xingyu's embrace. Their heated gazes and terrifying auras caused the little green bird to become even more frightened as it nestled in Dai Xingyu's embrace. Quite a few of our men have been killed. I'm afraid these brats are not ordinary. We can't be careless. Take back the treasures and attack. Without any delay, the four of them pounced towards Du Xiaofu and the other two. Four auras erupted. They were not the slightest bit careless as terrifying auras swept out. Like a storm, strong winds swept out in all directions. Let's fight. Ouyang Shuang's delicate face was incomparably solemn. She did not dare to imagine the consequences of being surrounded by four Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators. Suddenly, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure leaped out, his face extremely pale. At the same time, runes immediately began to ripple around Du Xiaofu. Formation flags began to condense one after another between his hands. There were a total of 10 formation flags, and they all gave off shocking ripples. Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array. With a wave of Du Xiaofu's hand, 10 array flags instantly swept towards the surrounding air, wrapping around the four experts from the Black Fiends sect with a lightning-like speed. A 3-star mysterious level symbol array. Be careful, that brat is a symbol array master. The short symbol master in black robes immediately revealed an astonished expression as he warned the three people beside him. Rumble. When the 10 formation flags finally disappeared in the air, the surrounding air immediately began to violently fluctuate. Suddenly, the space fluctuated as gales howled in the air. Sand and rocks flew as runes spread in the air. Then, an extremely powerful symbol array appeared. The Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array was a 3-star mysterious level symbol array. It was something that Du Xiaofu had learned from Zhenqing Chun. This was also the first time that Du Xiaofu had used the Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array. Of course, Du Xiaofu had suffered quite a bit in the Wind Astral Spirit Storm Array that Zhenqing Chun had set up. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could only gamble. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. Setting up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array was also a symbol master. Du Xiaofu had already done his best. However, at this moment, if someone knew that Du Xiaofu was only a 3-star initial ascension spirit talisman master, yet he was able to set up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array, who knew what they would think? It would probably be enough to stupefy them. Generally speaking, it was already pretty good for a 3-star mysterious level symbol array master to be able to set up a 3-star initial ascension spirit storm array. Being able to set up a symbol array of the same cultivation level was already extremely powerful. However, Du Xiaofu was a 3-star initial ascension spirit talisman master, yet he was able to set up a 3-star mysterious level symbol array. Any one of them was a terrifying existence among symbol array masters. The moment the symbol array appeared, its pressure spread out, causing the clouds to surge and sand to fly. It enveloped a large area and its might caused one's heart to tremble. The space around the symbol array was in chaos. The violent energy was like a terrifying storm that swept through the surroundings. Large patches of shrubs and branches were blown apart and towering trees were on the verge of collapsing. They were uprooted. Symbol array, this is a symbol array. You're actually a symbol array master among symbol masters. Ouyang Shuang was astonished. Her bright and alluring eyes were filled with astonishment. She never knew that this fellow was a symbol array master and the most terrifying symbol array master among all symbol masters. It wasn't that there weren't symbol masters who cultivated at the same time as martial cultivators. Ouyang Shuang knew that there were such people in Tianwu Academy. However, for a symbol master to cultivate at the same time as a martial cultivator to be so terrifying, his talent would definitely be terrifying even in Tianwu Academy. He was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Let's leave quickly. My symbol array won't be able to trap them for long. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted as he pulled Dai Xingyu and fled into the depths of the forest. Du Xiaofu knew that with the cultivation of the 4 people from the Black Fiend sect, they would be able to forcefully break through a low-level 3-star talisman formation. If that 4-star talisman master who had just ascended to the level of spirit talisman master was also a talisman master, then breaking through the formation would be even faster. Ouyang Shuang immediately regained her senses. Profound energy gushed out from her feet as she followed Du Xiaofu into the depths of the forest. It's a 3-star symbol array. Everyone, just use your full strength to forcefully break through it. Work together to forcefully break through the symbol array. A shout came from within the symbol array. Following which, waves of astonishing energy ripples swept out. Rumble. The symbol array swayed and in the end, it was unable to withstand the combined strength of the 4 from the Black Fiends sect and exploded. Walala. Violent energy swept across the sky and the symbol array shattered, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Several towering trees were uprooted. With the symbol array shattered, the 4 from the Black Fiends sect appeared in the midst of the mess with gloomy expressions as they sized up their surroundings. Due to the sweeping gale, the surroundings were destroyed and it was difficult to see the direction Du Xiaofu and the other 2 had fled in. The strength of those brats is only a so-so. Only that demonic beast is powerful. However, Elder Qi has already chased after that demonic beast. Let's split up and chase after that treasure and those 3 brats. The short symbol master in black robes had a gloomy and ugly expression as he looked around and spoke to the 3 people beside him. His status seemed to be even higher than that of the mysterious pulse spirit stage cultivator. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 spiritual pulse spirit stage cultivators nodded and the 4 of them immediately chased in 4 different directions. In the forest mottled by the moonlight, one's vision was dim and there were many shrubs that were taller than an adult. Du Xiaofu and the other 2 were fleeing at top speed. They were completely fleeing for their lives. However, because they were pulling Dai Xingyu along, Du Xiaofu's speed had slowed down quite a bit. Big brother Xiaofu, big sister Shuang, I'm sorry. I'm useless and implicated you. Why don't you take little Qingqing and quickly escape? Don't worry about me. Dai Xingyu knew that her speed had been affected. As she was being pulled along and running through the shrubs with all her might, she spoke to Du Xiaofu and Ouyang Shuang. Silly girl, what are you thinking about? I'll carry you. Du Xiaofu lightly shouted and immediately carried Dai Xingyu on his back. This way, their speed was even faster. Dai Xingyu tightly clung on to Du Xiaofu's back and suddenly began to sob. Xingyu, what's wrong with you? Did you just fall and hurt yourself? Du Xiaofu asked Dai Xingyu as he ran. Dai Xingyu held back her sobs and said, No, it's just that I miss my father. After my parents passed away, brother Xiaofu was the only one who treated me well except for my aunt. He treated me as well as my aunt did. Don't worry, everything will be fine in the future. Profound energy surged beneath Du Xiaofu's feet as he ran swiftly. As he listened to Dai Xingyu's words, he couldn't help but think of his younger sister that he'd never met. Would she occasionally think of her alcoholic father that she'd never met and her older brother? Where was she now? How was she doing? Would she encounter such danger as well? Time slowly passed. After running for their lives for the entire night, the 3 of them had completely lost their way in this boundless forest. The sky gradually brightened. A few brats. You run pretty fast, but you can't escape anymore. A gloomy shout finally sounded in the nervous minds of the 3 of them who were running with all their might. The sound of wind breaking came from behind the 3 of them. The aura was getting closer and closer. Immediately after the gloomy shout, a dark energy swept across the sky like a black lightning. It fell from the sky, filled with a murderous aura and astonishing murderous intent. Ouyang Shuang's delicate body suddenly stopped. She quickly turned around and faced it head-on. Profound qi surged out from her body. Her delicate hands formed a seal and condensed into an illusory energy sword shadow with her profound qi. Together with the runes, she resisted the attack. Qi la la. The two collided. Ouyang Shuang's energy sword shadow was directly shattered. A dark energy poured out and Ouyang Shuang's delicate body was immediately sent flying. Pfft! Ouyang Shuang's body heavily hit a big tree before she could stabilize her body. Dark red blood spurted out from her mouth and dyed her clothes at the high part of her chest dark red. There was a bloody beauty on her beautiful face. Chapter 161. Du Xiaofu put down Dai Xingyu from his back and walked to Ouyang Shuang's side, helping her up. At the same time, he handed several pills to her, his expression serious as he asked, "How is it?" Ouyang Shuang received the pills from Du Xiaofu's hands and stuffed them into her mouth. Her face was pale and serious as she replied, "Not too good. The other party is at the peak of the initial pulse spirit stage. I am no match for him. Let me do it." Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang, before turning slightly to the side and looking at the person who had just arrived. The person from the Black Fiends sect who had caught up was dressed in short black robes. He was tall and looked to be in his 40s. There was a long scar between the corner of his mouth and his chin, adding a hint of ferocity to his face. This person was one of the 4 who had returned from the Black Fiends sect not long ago. He was also one of the 2 who were at the early stages of the pulse spirit realm. However, this person's cultivation was close to the peak of the early stages of the pulse spirit realm. He was probably not far from the profound layer of the pulse spirit realm. "Little brat, you dare to touch someone from my Black Fiends sect and steal our treasures with such little strength? You must be tired of living." The ferocious black-clothed middle-aged man looked at Du Xiaofu and the other 2, a chill rippling in his eyes. In the end, he looked indifferently at Ouyang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, a hint of filth appearing in his eyes as he sneered, "I didn't expect these 2 girls to be so good. What a rare sight. Looks like my luck is pretty good." Du Xiaofu stared at the ferocious black-clothed middle-aged man without saying a word. Fortunately, the one who had caught up was at the initial pulse spirit stage. If the one who had caught up was at the mysterious pulse spirit stage, they would have fallen into an even more desperate situation. "Brat, prepare to die first. There's no point in keeping you alive." The ferocious middle-aged man's gaze immediately landed on Du Xiaofu. Knowing that this purple-robed youth was a symbol master, he did not hesitate at all. With a ferocious look on his face, he let out a stern shout as thick profound energy burst out from his body. Crash! A terrifying imposing aura surged out and uprooted the surrounding bushes. Sand and pebbles were sent flying, and a terrifying gale swept towards Du Xiaofu. A palm print with black runes flashing on it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like a bolt of lightning. Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu had no other choice. His eyes were filled with coldness as he changed his hand seals. The mysterious runes on his skin flickered as he opened his palm in an instant. His hand was like a palm leaf fan as it fiercely slapped out to meet the attack. Buzz! Faint golden talisman patterns flickered and condensed. They were densely packed and layered like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock. An overbearing and ferocious aura suddenly swept out, causing the space to tremble. It was as if an arc-shaped golden space dent had condensed around his palm. The energy from the 2 hands fiercely collided, and a wave of energy violently swept out from the point of collision like a wave. The terrifying wind created a monstrous wave. Thump! Thump! The middle-aged man staggered back 2 steps, and his face instantly became shocked. He muttered in surprise, "This kid is not only a talisman array master, but also a martial cultivator." Chi! 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 Du Xiaofu's footsteps also continuously brushed against the ground as he retreated. He only stabilized his body after a full 10 meters. Humph! After a night of fighting and running for his life, Du Xiaofu was already severely exhausted. At this moment, it was even more difficult for him to continue. The opponent's ferocious strength swept over, and the blood in his chest rolled over. Finally, a muffled groan came from his throat. A trace of faint golden blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, causing his resolute yet gloomy face to reveal a faint cruel coldness. Brother Xiaofu. Seeing Du Xiaofu injured, Dai Xingyu's clear eyes welled up with tears, and her nervous and worried face turned pale. Kid, your talent is not bad. You indeed have some ability, but it's still not enough. Go to hell. The fiendish middle-aged man rushed out once again, as if he didn't make the slightest sound. Faint black profound energy surged, filled with a kind of bloody murderous aura. A finger seal condensed immediately, and only then did the sound of the wind being torn apart resound. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, it viciously stabbed towards Du Xiaofu craftily. Demonic astral finger. The fingerprint was extremely strange, as if it had intelligence, making it difficult for people to dodge. With a dark and cold bloody aura, it violently pressed down. Along the way, a tyrannical gale swept out, causing the space to constantly emit sonic booms. The fingerprint was like lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. The terrifying fingerprint caused Ouyang Shuang, who was not far away, to have a grave expression. Her heart was in her throat for Du Xiaofu. At this moment, a lightning-like glint flashed out from Du Xiaofu's bright eyes. The purple robe around his body instantly fluttered, and with his body as the epicenter, cracks continuously spread out from his feet. At the same time, a loud shout was emitted from his mouth. "Ao!" The loud shout was like the roar of a dragon to the 9 heavens, like the cry of a divine elephant. At this moment, the earth rumbled, space trembled violently, and an overbearing aura surged. In a short breath, Du Xiaofu's hands had already formed hand seals. The mysterious runes on the talisman pulsed, transforming into countless fingerprints at lightning speed. Finally, they condensed, and transformed into a single fingerprint to meet the middle-aged man. Buzz! As the fingerprint shot out, the mysterious runes on the talisman cut through the air, and a low hum like the sound of Buddha rang out. In a flash, it violently collided with the fingerprint of the middle-aged man. Chi 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 chi. Such a collision did not produce a thunderous muffled sound. Only terrifying energy ripples abruptly swept out like a tidal wave. At the center of the energy storm, a gigantic spatial energy whirlpool appeared in the space. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the fingerprint of the middle-aged man was actually in a deadlock for a short moment, before it was directly destroyed by the mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's fingerprint. Everything happened extremely quickly, and the energy storm that swept out like a storm also came to a sudden stop. Then, the ferocious middle-aged man's gaze turned to one of shock and astonishment. Under his astonished gaze, the purple-robed youth's finger imprint did not completely dissipate after destroying his finger imprint. In an instant, it appeared in his line of sight. What kind of martial technique is this? The middle-aged man's heart shook. Profound energy gushed out from the soles of his feet, and the tip of his feet rapidly pushed off the ground. His body immediately retreated explosively in an attempt to dodge the terrifying mysterious rune fingerprint. Swish! However, the mysterious rune fingerprint had already arrived in front of his body. In the end, it directly pierced through his shoulder, directly destroying the faint black profound energy barrier around his body, and a bloody hole exploded out from the middle-aged man's shoulder. Chi chi chi! The middle-aged man's body violently trembled as fresh blood spurted out from his shoulder. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat, and his dark and cold face immediately turned pale. Du Xiaofu's body staggered and swayed, almost falling to the ground. Blood once again flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face also turned deathly pale. After desperately activating the mysterious move, he had truly exhausted all of his strength, and it was difficult for him to continue fighting. The strength of a cultivator who had just reached the peak of the meridian spirit stage was extraordinary. Big brother Xiaofu, don't let anything happen to you. Dai Xingyu looked at Du Xiaofu, whose mouth was full of blood. Her delicate face was covered in tears, and she was about to pounce towards Du Xiaofu when Ouyang Shuang grabbed her tightly. The little green bird in her arms was also staring at Du Xiaofu with its bright black eyes. Little bastard, I won't let you off. The middle-aged man roared furiously. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that he would actually be at a disadvantage. The profound energy around his body spread along with the runes, connecting with his martial veins, and instantly condensing into a black demon bear phantom. Roar! The demon bear phantom's roar resounded through the sky. It was incomparably violent, and its aura was terrifying. It was truly like a living creature. At the meridian spirit stage, the meridian spirit activated by the pulsation realm was different from the meridian spirit stage. This was also the difference between the meridian spirit stage and the pulsation realm. The meridian spirit is connected to the spirit. Can he still withstand it? Ouyang Shuang's hand, which was holding Dai Xingyu's hand, was soaked in sweat. At this moment, the meridian spirit activated by the middle-aged man from the Black Fiends sect had already reached the level of being connected to the spirit. It was far from what the pulsation realm could compare to. Even she, who was at the complete pulsation realm, could not achieve this. The meridian spirit was connected to the spirit, which meant that the meridian spirit had true intelligence. Its power was also much greater. Is it activating the meridian spirit? Du Xiaofu's pale face looked at the demon bear meridian spirit activated by the middle-aged man in front of him. His purple robe sleeves wiped away the faint golden blood at the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, his hand seals condensed. Little bastard, go to hell. The middle-aged man roared and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. The demon bear phantom behind him also pounced towards Du Xiaofu like a living creature. Its aura was terrifying, accompanied by a storm. The demon bear rushed over like a mountain, causing the entire ground to shake. This can't be that guy's meridian spirit, right? How could it be? Suddenly, Ouyang Shuang's eyes were filled with shock. She saw the runes around Du Xiaofu's body flashing, and the phantom of a five-finger mountain instantly spread out behind him. The five-finger mountain was born and evolved behind Du Xiaofu as if it had been given life. Dense spiritual energy spread out in an instant, communicating with the energy of heaven and earth. A terrifying power spread out, causing her breathing to be obstructed as she watched from afar. Her body could not help but tremble violently. Go! Du Xiaofu let out a loud cry just as the lifelike demon bear was about to appear in front of Du Xiaofu. The illusory figure of the five-finger mountain behind him also pressed down on the demon bear like it was real. Rumble! The five-finger mountain seemed to have descended from the sky. The pressure was rolling, and the aura was like a rainbow. Multicolored light exploded, accompanied by an energy sonic boom that resounded through the sky. Roar! The demon bear raised its head and roared. As the five-finger mountain descended, it seemed to feel boundless fear. Fear surged in its eyes, and even its body that was like a living creature began to tremble. Boom! As the five-finger mountain fell from the sky, it was as if a small mountain was falling. The mysterious runes on the five-finger mountain soared into the sky, faintly accompanied by the sound of thunder. In the end, it directly smashed the fearful demon bear into minced meat. The five-finger mountain was unparalleled. The pressure was surging, crushing everything, as if it could suppress time and everything. Chapter 162. Immediately after, the five-finger peaks turned back into runes and returned to Du Xiaofu's body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu attacked again, his body like a human-shaped beast as he pounced viciously towards the fiendish middle-aged man. Bang! Du Xiaofu's fist smashed into the fiendish middle-aged man's chest, and it directly shattered the light black profound energy defense around his body. It blasted his body flying backwards, and in the end, he fell amongst the rocks in the distance. Pfft! The fiendish middle-aged man spat out large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he had been completely defeated, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Now it's your turn to die. Du Xiaofu did not stop his attacks. His figure leapt out vigorously, like a human-shaped rock spreading its wings. His black hair hung loose, his gaze cold, his aura terrifying and domineering, killing intent shooting out from his eyes. Boom! A silhouette that resembled a human-shaped rock appeared in front of the fiendish middle-aged man who was lying on the ground. A fist wrapped in golden runes appeared in front of his narrowed eyes. A terrifying aura suppressed everything. It was so shocking and terrifying. Little bastard, if you kill me, I won't let you have it easy either. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape the Black Fiend's sex pursuit. Knowing that he could no longer escape, the fiendish middle-aged man's gloomy face suddenly laughed sinisterly. His smile was cruel and terrifying, causing one's hair to stand on end. Bang bang! Du Xiaofu's fist smashed down, landing heavily on the fiendish middle-aged man's chest. This was his final desperate blow, shattering the man's ribs and destroying his internal organs. Pfft! However, at the same time, the fiendish middle-aged man spat out a stream of black fiendish energy, which turned into runes and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu retreated in shock. Although he did not know what the fiendish middle-aged man had spat out, it was best not to touch it. However, Du Xiaofu was a step too late as he retreated. A black energy enveloped him and strangely landed on his skin. Finally, it quickly condensed into a black rune the size of a bottle cap on his neck. It was so black that it looked like a birthmark. When the black spot formed, Du Xiaofu's mind also became dizzy for a short period of time. In addition to the final consumption, he was truly exhausted. His body fell to the ground powerlessly. Big brother Xiaofu, nothing must happen to you, Dai Xingyu sobbed as she broke free from Yang Shuang's grasp and ran to Du Xiaofu's side. Her clear eyes were filled with tears and she was about to cry. Girl, I'm fine. Du Xiaofu struggled to stand up. It's all because I'm useless. If I had cultivated properly before, I could have become a powerhouse. Big brother Xiaofu wouldn't have been injured and we wouldn't have to be afraid of those bad guys. Dai Xingyu helped Du Xiaofu up. At this moment, she was purely thinking that if she had become a powerhouse, she would have been able to protect the people around her. Big brother Xiaofu wouldn't have been injured in front of her. It's not too late to cultivate properly in the future. Don't be nervous when you meet an opponent. Du Xiaofu gently leaned on Dai Xingyu's thin shoulder before he stood up. The corner of his mouth was dripping with blood. He looked at Dai Xingyu with a trace of a smile on his face. However, his smile was somewhat bitter. In Du Xiaofu's heart, this night's pursuit should be enough for Dai Xingyu, this naive girl, to train. It would naturally be extremely beneficial for her in the future. How are you? Yang Shuang came to Du Xiaofu's side and stared closely at Du Xiaofu. The look in her eyes was as if she had just met Du Xiaofu for the first time. Du Xiaofu grinned. He wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth with his purple sleeve. He looked at the corpse of the fierce-looking middle-aged man not far away and said to Yang Shuang, he's dead, but I'm still alive. With me here, you won't be in any danger unless I die. Do you feel very moved now? Yang Shuang rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She looked gravely at the black mark on Du Xiaofu's neck that was the size of a bottle cap. She said, don't talk nonsense. You're in trouble now. You've been hit by the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal of the Black Fiend sect. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. He touched the black mark on his neck and said, are you talking about this thing? That's right. This is a special method of the Black Fiend sect. Once you've been hit by the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal, you won't be able to avoid the people of the Black Fiend sect even if you run to the ends of the earth. Yang Shuang's expression was very serious. When she was in Tianwu Academy, she had often heard of this special method of the Black Fiend sect. This method is really strange and difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. The last attack of the fierce-looking middle-aged man was really something. It was a pity that he had already provoked them. In the future, he wouldn't be able to avoid the Black Fiend sect. Roar! A deep tiger roar came from the sky not far away. The wind howled and a huge tiger demonic beast flapped its wings and descended from the sky. It was the king-scaled demonic tiger. Little Circle is back. Dai Xingyu looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger happily. Walala! The king-scaled demon tiger flapped its wings and landed. Its wings flapped, and the wind stirred up the surrounding sand and stones. It landed next to Du Xiaofu and stared at him. It seemed to be saying that it hadn't found anyone at its original location and had rushed over because it had heard the commotion. Did you shake off that fellow from the Black Fiend sect? Du Xiaofu shook the king-scaled demonic tiger and asked. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger nodded. It was certain that they had shaken off that fellow from the Black Fiend sect. From the aura of the king-scaled demonic tiger, it had expended a lot of energy. We have to leave quickly. The commotion here will probably attract the experts of the Black Fiend sect. Ouyang Shuang said to Du Xiaofu. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded and gestured for Dai Xingyu and Ouyang Shuang to jump onto the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. He patted the king-scaled demonic tiger and said, Little tiger, protect them and send them to Tianwu Academy. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and stared at Du Xiaofu in confusion. It was as though it was curious why Du Xiaofu didn't get on its back. Aren't you leaving? Ouyang Shuang's expression changed and she immediately asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't answer Ouyang Shuang's question and patted the king-scaled demonic tiger's scales. Little tiger, leave quickly. Don't delay any longer. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger roared and flapped its wings. Its body gradually expanded and it hovered in the air, unwilling to leave. Elder brother Xiaofu, why aren't you leaving? Come on up quickly. Dai Xingyu leaned over and shouted at Du Xiaofu from the back of the king-scaled demonic tiger. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? Ouyang Shuang's expression changed. I've been struck by the Black Fiend's soul-chasing imprint. If we go together, none of us will be able to escape. Take good care of Xingyu. Trust me, I'll be fine. Without you guys around, it'll be much easier for me to escape. You guys will only implicate me. Du Xiaofu smiled at Ouyang Shuang and said to the king-scaled demonic tiger, Little tiger, if you don't listen to me, don't follow me anymore. Leave quickly. Roar! The king-scaled demonic tiger stared at Du Xiaofu and let out a deep roar before flapping its wings and flying high into the sky. Du Xiaofu, you better live well. Don't let anything happen to you. I'll be waiting for you at the academy. If you don't come, I won't let you off. Ouyang Shuang's voice sounded and an emblem descended from the sky. If you meet any students of Tianwu Academy here, you can ask for help with this emblem. Remember, Xingyu and I will be waiting for you at Tianwu Academy. You must look for us. Elder brother Xiaofu, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and disappeared into the distance. A rune emblem landed on Du Xiaofu's palm. Du Xiaofu looked at the king-scaled demonic tiger that flew into the distance. His body trembled and another mouthful of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. I hope you guys can reach Tianwu Academy safely. Du Xiaofu looked at the sky and muttered softly. After that, he took out a qiankuan bag from the corpse of the fiendish middle-aged man. Dragging his battered and weak body, he quickly fled into the dense forest. At this moment, the night was coming to an end. A gray ray of light pierced through the hazy brown sky. The sky was starting to brighten and within the forest, every towering tree was enveloped in the first rays of the morning sun. Not long after, Three figures arrived at the place where Du Xiaofu had killed the fiendish middle-aged man from the Black Fiend sect. Their gazes swept across the messy surroundings before the three of them stood beside the corpse of the fiendish middle-aged man. Tian Yu was killed. How did those brats have the strength to kill Tian Yu? The short black-robed middle-aged talisman master asked with a puzzled expression. Tian Yu activated the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal. They couldn't have run far, a middle-aged man said. His aura is heading in front. Chase after him. In a short period of time, the three figures chased in the direction Du Xiaofu left in. The dense forest stretched as far as the eye could see. The forest was filled with shrubs and there were small paths that people used throughout the year. Du Xiaofu didn't dare to walk on them and could only run through the shrubs. After running for an unknown distance and passing through countless shrubs, Du Xiaofu arrived at a deep abyss. On both sides of the abyss were towering cliffs. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt exhausted and couldn't run anymore. He had no choice but to sit on a rock. He took out a lot of elixirs from his Qiankuan bag and stuffed them into his mouth. I wonder if there's a way to get rid of the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't escape. Du Xiaofu touched the black mark on his neck and muttered, however, with the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal, Xing Yu and that tomboy should be much safer. Because he was hit by the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal, Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't be with Yang Shuang and the rest. Otherwise, he would be wiped out by the Black Fiend's sect. With the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal on his body, he would become the target of the Black Fiend's sect. Separating from Yang Shuang and the rest would make it easier for them to escape. Shit, I didn't expect them to catch up so quickly. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's expression sank again. His gaze immediately turned to the front. He didn't expect the people from the Black Fiend's sect to catch up so much faster than he expected. Chapter 163. Swoosh swoosh. Three streaks of light shot out from the dense forest in front of them, landing at the edge of the abyss. As the streaks of light retracted, the gazes of the three immediately landed on Du Xiaofu. The one in front was a short middle-aged man dressed in long black robes. His eyes flickered with a sharp light that caused one's heart to tremble. Another early Ascension Pulse Spirit Realm practitioner and another Profound Pulse Spirit Realm practitioner were eyeing them covetously. They were the three experts from the Black Fiend's sect. How unlucky. Then let's fight to the death. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. His body stood straight, his gaze cold. Since he could not retreat, then no matter what, he would fight to the death. Brat, where are those two girls? The short middle-aged man in long black robes looked at Du Xiaofu and asked. He seemed to be even more worried about Yang Shuang and Dai Xingyu, because he had seen that the treasure was in the hands of the little girl. Do you think I'll tell you? Du Xiaofu sneered, his expression cold. Faint golden light surged in his deep and sharp eyes. Even though he was incomparably weak at this moment, he still possessed a power that caused one's heart to tremble. You're still trying to act mysterious even when death is at hand. If you fall into the hands of my Black Fiend sect, I'm afraid that you will obediently hand over all 18 generations of your ancestors. Sensing the faint tyrannical power from Du Xiaofu's body, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage Cultivator. As his voice faded, the mysterious Pulse Spirit Stage Cultivator's feet flickered, and he instantly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. Chi! With a clench of his hand, a claw imprint accompanied by faint black profound energy surged, directly grabbing towards Du Xiaofu. It was as if it wanted to tear apart space itself, its power astonishing. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. In the end, he used all his strength to throw a punch at the former's claw imprint. The fist landed on the claw imprint, and the powerful rebound immediately sent his body flying. Puchi! Du Xiaofu's body landed heavily on the rock behind him, shattering the rock behind him. He spat out another mouthful of blood. You overestimate yourself. The former's figure did not move, but a cold smile appeared in his eyes. His figure once again pounced towards Du Xiaofu and swooped down. Almost as soon as Du Xiaofu fell to the ground, his 5 fingers clawed at Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Crack! As fast as lightning, a huge force surged in, causing Du Xiaofu's shoulder to hurt. His entire body felt numb and paralyzed. If it were an ordinary pulsation realm martial artist, they would probably have been crippled. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a cruel sneer. Little bastard, what are you trying to do? You're courting death. At this moment, the Pulse Spirit Realm martial artist seemed to have suddenly sensed something. A huge force surged out of his claw and directly threw Du Xiaofu's body away. Chi! However, it was all too late. A half-foot-long dagger protruded from the lower abdomen of the Pulse Spirit Realm martial artist. Blood spurted out, and golden runes surged on the dagger. Dang dang! The Pulse Spirit Realm martial artist staggered back. He looked at the dagger in his lower abdomen in shock. The dagger had pierced through his body and pierced through his spirit gate. He felt his life force drain away. The profound energy within the broken spirit gate surged, destroying the meridians in his body. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body fell from the sky once again. Under the huge impact, his mind almost fainted. Blood dripped from his mouth, and his entire body seemed to have fallen apart. He could no longer get up. I hate it, I hate it. The Meridian Spirit Realm cultivator's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred. The dagger just happened to land on the weakest part of his spirit gate. He had never thought that he would fall at the hands of a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He had lived half his life and was somewhat famous in the dark forest. However, he did not expect that the result would be like this. The brat who was still wet behind the ears was actually so ruthless. Bang! No matter how unwilling this Meridian Spirit cultivator was, in the end, he fell to the ground, no longer able to crawl to his feet. Bastard, that little bastard is really ruthless. I'll definitely grind that brat's bones to dust. The short middle-aged man in black robes had a dark and cold expression on his face. His face was almost distorted. This time, the Black Fiends sect had lost quite a few Pulse Spirit stage practitioners. All of them had fallen at the hands of a few brats. How could he not be angry? Chi! At the same time as the cold shout rang out, the black-robed man also knew that Du Xiaofu would probably not be able to get up again. Just now, it was also his last desperate attack. The short figure immediately leaped out and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. As he panted, the short figure in black robes appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His body swooped down and viciously grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu stared at the short figure in black robes. At this moment, his body no longer had the strength to move, and his mind was about to fall asleep. Swish! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the sound of wind breaking resounded. A flowing light broke through the air like lightning, and with the force of a rushing thunder, it directly entered the space between the eyebrows of the black-robed man. This 4-star Spirit Talisman Master who had just ascended to the level of a Spirit Talisman Master directly responded and fell down. He didn't even have time to let out a blood-curdling scream, and his body immediately fell down beside Du Xiaofu. Not good. The remaining Pulse Spirit stage practitioner who had just ascended seemed to have seen the most shocking scene. His feet immediately pushed off the ground as profound chi surged. After which, he quickly rose into the air and fled. Swish! At almost the same time, a ray of light broke through the air and directly chased after him. It entered the back of the head of the Pulse Spirit stage practitioner who had just risen into the air. His body immediately fell from the sky like a bird and was no longer able to climb back up. This sudden change caused the gaze of Du Xiaofu, who was lying on the ground, to tremble. After which, a beautiful green figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's eyes. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu's vision became increasingly blurry and his mind became increasingly dizzy. In the end, his eyes powerlessly closed. Just as Du Xiaofu closed his eyes, a beautiful green figure also appeared beside Du Xiaofu. This was a 16 or 17-year-old girl dressed in a tight green outfit. Her eyebrows were like jade feathers and her skin was as white as snow. Her black hair was tied into a simple jade fall bun at the back of her head. Her left hand held an exquisite bow and arrow. So it really is you. I didn't expect you to actually not die. The young girl looked at the unconscious Du Xiaofu as a smile appeared on her exquisite, fairy-like face. Then, the bow and arrow in her hand disappeared. Her tall and graceful body slightly squatted beside Du Xiaofu. Her delicate hands moved slightly. After a round of examination, she softly muttered, "How did you get so heavily injured? You fought so hard. If it was an ordinary person, they would have died long ago. You really are a monster." As her voice faded, the fairy-like girl carried Du Xiaofu with her delicate hands and disappeared into the abyss after a few leaps. Whoosh! Several hours later, in the sky above the abyss, a flowing light figure broke through the air and landed. The flowing light receded, revealing a black-clothed elder who was over 50 years old. He looked at the three corpses on the ground and his face immediately twitched. Killing intent flickered in his eyes as he said, "No matter who you are, my Black Fiend sect swears to hunt you down to the end and grind your bones to dust." Early in the morning, the first rays of the dawn arrived. Just like the beginning of the primal chaos, light and darkness separated and then gathered in the eastern horizon. The sky that was covered by a thick curtain of night began to split open everywhere. Rays of silver light suffused with a faint red color penetrated through the cracks. When Du Xiaofu regained consciousness, in a daze, he felt that his head was groggy, his mouth was dry and his entire body was in pain. It was as if all the bones in his body had been disassembled. A soft groan of discomfort was emitted from his throat. The first thing Du Xiaofu thought was that he did not know if he was dead or not. His eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, he opened his eyes slightly. His vision blurred as a beautiful green figure appeared in his line of sight. "Have you woken up?" The voice was like a clear throat and made one feel extremely comfortable to listen to. One could not help but feel a sense of closeness. The voice was somewhat cold, causing one to not dare to approach. "I'm not dead." Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled slightly as he opened them. An exquisite fairy-like face appeared in his eyes. "It's you." Du Xiaofu had never forgotten this face in his mind. In fact, he would often think about it. He did not expect to see it in the dark forest at this moment. Immediately, astonishment filled his eyes. "You are not dead. However, you have been unconscious for 3 whole days. Your injuries are not ordinary. If it was anyone else, they would have died long ago. However, you are still alive." The fairy-like lady softly said, the coldness in her voice lessening. "I did not expect it to be you. Are you the one who saved me?" Du Xiaofu was stunned and wanted to stand up. "You should lie down properly. You are still unable to move." The fairy-like lady saw that Du Xiaofu wanted to stand up and indicated for Du Xiaofu to continue lying down. She said, "I was coincidentally training in the abyss and did not expect it to be you. I originally thought that you had died in the barbaric beast mountain range. Even Master said that you would not survive. I did not expect you to still be alive. Looks like you are truly a monster. Thank you for saving me." After a short moment of astonishment, Du Xiaofu could roughly imagine the situation in his mind. "No need to thank me. Back then, you also saved me in the barbaric beast mountain range." The fairy-like lady replied to Du Xiaofu. She still remembered what happened in the barbaric beast mountain range. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu thought of something and immediately said to the fairy-like lady, "Not good, I have to leave immediately. I have been hit by the Black Fiend sect's Black Fiend soul-chasing seal. The experts of the Black Fiend sect will quickly catch up. You should also leave quickly. Don't let the experts of the Black Fiend sect see you." I did not expect you to still be worried about me at this time. Master said that the people outside are all selfish. The fairy-like lady looked at Du Xiaofu and then pointed at the black spot on Du Xiaofu's neck. She said, "Are you talking about the black spot on your neck? 2 days ago, someone came nearby. So it was because of the black spot on your neck. However, it is fine for the time being. I have already helped you seal the seal. Those people from the Black Fiends sect who are chasing you should not be able to sense the aura of the black mark on your body." Chapter 164. Pausing for a moment, the fairy-like young lady continued to speak to Du Xiaofu. "However, this imprint is very strange. With my current strength, I can't seal it for long. For the time being, I don't know how to remove it. It's a pity that Master isn't here. Otherwise, there definitely wouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, the Black Fiend sect members wouldn't be able to rely on the Black Fiend's soul-chasing seal to kill him at any time. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to speak again, the fairy-like young lady spoke first. She said to Du Xiaofu, "It should be very safe here. I'm going out to take care of some matters. I don't know when I'll be back. You should have a good rest first." After speaking, the fairy-like young lady slowly left. Her lithe body then disappeared from Du Xiaofu's sight. Du Xiaofu was still a little surprised and shocked. He never imagined that he would meet this fairy-like young lady again in the dark forest. Come to think of it, this was the second time that she had saved him. Moments later, Du Xiaofu struggled to sit down. His eyes scanned his surroundings, only to discover that he was currently in a stone cave. The walls of the stone cave were smooth and the interior of the stone cave was extremely dry. He should be on a mountain peak or in a higher geographical location. Let's recuperate first. Without any time to think, Du Xiaofu grabbed a few elixirs from his storage bag and directly stuffed them into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed them as if they were free. He didn't know how many he had swallowed, but he wasn't afraid that his body would explode and he would die. If anyone saw Du Xiaofu directly swallowing elixirs, they would definitely be heartbroken. Everyone believed that elixirs had to be refined into elixirs in order to bring out their greatest effects and medicinal strength. Swallowing them raw was simply the greatest waste and waste. After consuming a few large amounts of elixirs, Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed as he began to regulate his breathing. With regards to elixirs, Du Xiaofu didn't lack them at all. He had obtained many Qiankuan bags when he was in the Stone City. He had also obtained the Qiankuan bags of Guokuan, Hejun, and some other White Tiger sect experts in the Lanling Prefecture city. Du Xiaofu had already opened those Qiankuan pouches. Before Du Xiaofu left Lanling Prefecture city, he had handed them over to his second brother, Du Yunlong, to develop the World Club. Du Xiaofu took away more than half of the pills and elixirs in the Qiankuan bags. He practiced the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. Elixirs were of great help to his cultivation. Even though he no longer needed elixirs for his current cultivation method, the energy contained within the elixirs could still increase his cultivation speed. Du Xiaofu hadn't opened the Qiankuan pouches he had recently obtained from the Black Fiends sect. However, with the cultivation strength of those people, Du Xiaofu guessed that the contents of the Qiankuan pouches wouldn't be too shabby. There would definitely be some elixirs, but he didn't know how many there were. After a while, as he adjusted his breathing, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a layer of faint golden light. Runes flashed and his entire person was immersed in a state of breathing. In the vast and boundless dark forest, within the boundless lush forest, there were numerous mountains that rose from the ground. Strange peaks were spread out in a myriad of shapes and sizes. Search with all our strength. Send more experts. We must find the treasure. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find it. On a towering mountain peak, a figure was wrapped in billowing ominous qi. Faint black energy spread out. The faintly discernible figure exuded a terrifying aura that caused fear in people's hearts. Its might was astonishing. Yes. On the mountain peak, numerous figures suddenly flew out. Waves of astonishing ominous chi immediately rippled out from the dark forest and enveloped the entire dark forest. I wonder what's going on with the Black Fiend sect recently. They're looking for people everywhere. Even many experts have shown themselves. I heard that a young man and 2 little girls stole something from the Black Fiend sect. They even killed many people from the Black Fiend sect. That's why the Black Fiend sect is furious. I wonder where the young man and the little girl came from. They actually dared to touch the Black Fiend sect. Their guts are really big. I wonder what they stole from the Black Fiend sect. Even the higher-ups are shaken. The Black Fiend sect is furious. This is no joke. Looks like it's better to stay away from the Black Fiend sect for the time being. Otherwise, I'll attract trouble. Within the dark forest, there were many news regarding the recent actions of the Black Fiend sect. Not long after, the news had already spread throughout the dark forest. It was also spreading towards the entire vast and boundless dark forest. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Within the stone cave, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, was enveloped in a faint golden light. The aura on his body seemed to have recovered a long time ago. At this moment, the aura on his body was still increasing. There were actually faint signs of a breakthrough. After consuming the Gumai soul pill and the energy left in his body by Jin Zhongli, Du Xiaofu had almost reached the peak of the initial stage of the pulsation realm. Before adjusting his breathing, he had consumed many medicinal pills and a large amount of spiritual herbs. At this moment, they had also added fuel to the fire in his body. The large amount of spiritual herbs had turned into energy in his body. Although it had caused Du Xiaofu to suffer a lot, the effects were obvious. The spiritual herbs' abilities could be directly absorbed by the body of the golden-winged roc's cultivation method. They could heal the injuries in the body at a terrifying speed. Under the refinement of the golden-winged roc's cultivation method, they turned into pure profound energy and poured into the god's watchtower. As the spiritual herbs were refined in the body, strands of profound energy were also absorbed by the body. At the same time, Du Xiaofu could also feel that there was a lot of hidden energy that was quietly seeping out from the depths of his body. Then, it was refined along with the spiritual herb's energy. This energy was the last of the Jin Zhongli's medicinal power in his body. The energy contained within the Jin Zhongli was extremely terrifying. Normally, even a meridian spirit realm cultivator would not dare to directly consume it, lest their body explode and die. However, Du Xiaofu had consumed the Jin Zhongli. Most likely, half of the medicinal power had been absorbed by his body, and only a small portion had been refined into profound energy. The god's watchtower in Du Xiaofu's body was extremely sturdy and vast. The amount of profound energy needed to break through was also quite a bit. The other energy had been absorbed by his body and was hidden in his body. Now that Du Xiaofu had refined the spiritual herbs as a guide, the hidden energy of the Jin Zhongli was once again refined. At this moment, under Du Xiaofu's refinement, the energy of the spiritual herbs and the Jin Zhongli circulated through the meridians in his body once, then turned into pure profound energy and entered the god's watchtower. There was also some profound energy that was absorbed by the bones and cells in his body, causing his bones and body to gradually strengthen once again. Du Xiaofu's bones, meridians, flesh and blood seemed to have gained intelligence at this moment. They would also take the initiative to absorb profound energy, causing his body to become stronger and stronger. Time slowly passed once again. When the profound energy within the god's watchtower reached a point where it was filled to the brim, it was difficult for the profound energy to continue entering. It was as if the profound energy was about to overflow from the god's watchtower. Around Du Xiaofu's god's watchtower, there was an unending stream of refined profound energy that gathered and piled up together. The amount of profound energy that accumulated outside the god's watchtower increased to the point of gushing out. Finally, the gushing profound energy surged into the god's watchtower like a waterfall. A majestic wave of profound energy rushed into the god's watchtower and fiercely smashed into the center of the god's watchtower. Bam! At this moment, a muffled sound came from within the god's watchtower. The surging profound energy surged into the god's watchtower, causing Du Xiaofu's body, which was sitting cross-legged, to tremble slightly. The golden light around him spread out along with the golden talisman inscriptions. The cave was dazzling with multicolored light as its might spread out. At the same time, the aura around Du Xiaofu's body also broke through the invisible barrier of aura at the same time and stepped into a new level. It was obvious that Du Xiaofu had broken through to the mysterious level of the pulsating realm. Actually, it would have been difficult for Du Xiaofu to break through so quickly. If he cultivated normally, even if Du Xiaofu had reached the peak of the pulsating realm, it would have taken him at least 3 to 4 months. This was only possible if his cultivation speed was fast enough. It might have taken him even longer to reach the point of breaking through. However, this breakthrough was something that even Du Xiaofu himself did not expect. He had repeatedly fled for his life and was chased by the Black Fiend sect. In the end, he had fallen into a desperate situation. The benefits he had obtained in terms of his state of mind were enormous. It had also greatly stimulated Du Xiaofu's cultivation level. Fighting was the best way to improve one's strength. Moreover, Du Xiaofu had fought repeatedly this time, and he had walked through dangerous and hopeless situations. So, the benefits he had obtained were naturally even greater. The tempering of the dangerous and hopeless battles, coupled with the effects of the elixirs, allowed Du Xiaofu's breakthrough this time was a matter of course. Of course, this was only for Du Xiaofu. If it had been anyone else, they would not have even thought about it. After a long time, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body began to slowly retract. The faint golden light of the runes around his body were like countless strands of energy that mysteriously burrowed into his body and disappeared. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's complexion, who was sitting cross-legged in the stone cave, had already recovered its ruddy complexion. On his resolute and determined face, there was a faint glimmer of light that quickly disappeared. Finally, Du Xiaofu's eyes slowly opened. He withdrew his hand seals and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. The domineering and forceful aura around him also gradually retracted until it completely disappeared. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his abdomen. Feeling the profound energy in his body that had originally been depleted to the point where it was now filled with profound energy that was even more vigorous and surging than before, Du Xiaofu could not help but reveal a smile on his face. It's time for the 4th watch. It's early in the morning. Xiao Yu will work hard to write another chapter. But brothers, don't wait. Go to bed early and save it for tomorrow. But brothers, before you go to bed, please vote your recommendation tickets and flowers. Don't waste them. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 165. I didn't think that you would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to break through. However, your cultivation technique seems to be very special. It seems to have traces of a demonic beast's aura. A clear and delicate voice drifted into Du Xiaofu's ears. A pair of slightly puzzled eyes landed on Du Xiaofu's body. You're back. Du Xiaofu instantly stood up. His gaze shifted to the young girl who had returned at an unknown time. She had a tall and slender figure, an exquisite and peerless countenance, and beautiful jade-like eyes. Her entire being emitted a faint spiritual energy, giving people a sense of tranquility. This young girl couldn't help but think of the word elf. This young girl was an elf. And, it seems like you're fine now. The young girl gazed at Du Xiaofu. Within her beautiful jade-like eyes, there were ripples of surprise. Beneath her green robes, there was a graceful arc that would cause people to feel breathless. She then looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You're really a monster. With such heavy injuries, you actually completely recovered and even broke through. This is truly inconceivable. I'm afraid that if my master didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After that, he asked, "Oh right, where's your master?" Du Xiaofu still remembered that this fairy-like young girl's master was also a terrifying expert. Her strength was simply tyrannical to the point of being terrifying. The young girl slightly raised her head. Her eyes were like water, seemingly amiable. However, she also gave people a faint feeling of being 1,000 miles away from her. Her pearly white teeth lightly parted as her lips curved upwards. She then said, "My master isn't here. I came to the dark forest to temper myself for a period of time. My master said that I should temper myself more, as it would be beneficial for my future cultivation. Thank you for saving me this time." Du Xiaofu gazed at the young girl in front of him. Her fine black hair swayed slightly in the wind. She was elegant and refined. This kind of temperament made people unable to touch her. "I said there's no need to thank me. You also saved me before." The young girl gazed at Du Xiaofu before asking, "What do you plan to do next?" "Me?" Du Xiaofu's gaze flickered. He touched the black spot on his neck and said, "I'll find a way to remove this black fiend's soul-tracking seal before heading to Tianwu Academy." Tianwu Academy? I've heard my master mention it before. It shouldn't be too far from the dark forest. My master said that Tianwu Academy used to be very powerful, but the current Tianwu Academy isn't as strong as before. After that, she quietly stared at Du Xiaofu. Her jade-like eyes were as calm as water as she continued, "Since you are fine now, I have to leave as well. Didn't you want to train in the dark forest?" When Du Xiaofu heard this, he didn't know why, but when he heard the girl say that she wanted to leave, he suddenly felt a little disappointed. Hearing this, the girl smiled faintly. This smile caused everything around her to pale in comparison. It was as if this smiling face was the only thing that existed in this entire space. She said to Du Xiaofu, "I want to temper myself. Master won't let me slack off. Why don't we go together? Since I want to head to Tianwu Academy, I have to pass through the dark forest." Du Xiaofu said to the girl with anticipation in his eyes. The girl hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. "I should be leaving the dark forest soon. However, I still have some time in the dark forest, so I can stay with you." "That's great." Du Xiaofu smiled. His mood was extremely good. Looking at the fairy-like girl before him, he asked, "My name is Du Xiaofu. What's your name?" "Dongli Qingqing." The girl said softly, "I forgot to tell you. I noticed that there are quite a few people from the Black Fiends sect in the vicinity. Their cultivation isn't bad and they should be looking for you. How did you offend them?" "Black Fiends sect." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's face turned sharp. He clenched his fists tightly and raised his head to look outside the cave. It seemed like the Black Fiends sect really wanted to bury him in the dark forest. "Even if they don't come looking for me, I won't let them off." Du Xiaofu's voice was stern. His gaze was cold as he said in a low voice, "I will make them regret it one day. They have a lot of people and your cultivation is still low. Even though you're like a monster, I'm afraid you won't be able to fight against the Black Fiend sect." Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists tightly and said, "I will do it one day. At that time, it will be time for them to regret it." Dongli Qingqing didn't say anything else. Her beautiful jade-like eyes shifted away from Du Xiaofu's face. She turned around and walked out of the cave. "Let's go down the mountain. If you want to follow me, you have to accompany me to a place first." "All right." Du Xiaofu looked at the back of that refined and otherworldly figure and then stepped forward. Outside the cave was the top of a steep cliff. It was so high that it made people dizzy. Below it was a deep valley. It was frighteningly quiet and cold. It was noon and the sun was dazzling. It shone on the vast and boundless dark forest in the distance. In the distance, there were mountain peaks towering out of the dense forest. They were scattered in layers, but they looked extremely majestic and peculiar. Du Xiaofu followed Dongli Qingqing down a rugged path from the top of the cliff. In fact, there wasn't a path. It was just that the two of them forced it into a path. Along the way, Dongli Qingqing didn't say anything. Her every movement was natural. No matter what she did, she was like a spirit that blended into the heaven and earth. Then, the two of them walked into the dense forest. Du Xiaofu began to be on guard. His gaze swept around from time to time. He was extremely cautious. We got lost too slowly. We have to speed up. Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing turned around and said to Du Xiaofu. Okay, actually Du Xiaofu nodded. He seemed to want to say something, but his voice was interrupted by Dongli Qingqing. She said, I'll teach you a set of body movement. It's not a body movement martial skill, but it's not comparable to ordinary body movement martial skills. It's passed down in my clan. I'll teach you, but you can't teach it to anyone else. Also, don't use it casually in the future. If you're unlucky, it may bring you big trouble. As her voice fell, without waiting for Du Xiaofu to speak, Dongli Qingqing continued slowly, the body movement I'm going to teach you is called wave-like freedom steps. It requires the support of extremely powerful Xian Qi. You also have to comprehend the power of nature. All things in the world are natural. You also have to practice the incantation. If you force yourself to practice the wave-like freedom steps, the meridians in your body will be disrupted. If you're lucky, you'll be paralyzed. If it's serious, you'll suffer from qigong deviation. You'll even be in danger of breaking your meridians. Rest and fly like a duck, drifting like a god. Wave-like subtle steps, luo xiong dusty. Walk freely, graceful like a graceful swan. Move and move impermanently, as if in danger and as if in safety. It's difficult to enter and stop, if it's past, if it's still. Incantation after incantation passed from Dongli Qingqing's mouth to Du Xiaofu's ears. Then, her beautiful figure moved slightly, and her footsteps changed. Obviously, it was extremely ordinary, but suddenly, it changed unpredictably, drifting like a god. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fixed on Dongli Qingqing's footsteps. Then, he seemed to have fallen into a sluggish state. Rest and fly like a duck, drifting like a god. Wave-like subtle steps, luo xiongduan. Walk freely, graceful like a graceful swan. Move unpredictably, as if it's dangerous or safe. It's difficult to enter and stop, if it's still. Following Dongli Qingqing's footsteps, Du Xiaofu murmured softly. Suddenly, an ethereal temperament gushed out from his body. Dongli Qingqing turned her head to look at Du Xiaofu. Within her beautiful, glass-like eyes, there was some astonishment. She didn't expect him to be able to grasp the basics of the family's ancestral movement technique so quickly. It was said that even the most terrifyingly talented person in the family couldn't grasp the basics so quickly. Then, Dongli Qingqing continued to look forward. Her footsteps changed. She didn't fly, but her speed was getting faster and faster. Especially in this dense forest, this movement technique was even more ethereal. It was as if it could merge into one with the space. Shuttling through the bushes and weeds was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. It was also as graceful as a swan. Du Xiaofu still couldn't reach the same level as Dongli Qingqing, but his speed was getting faster and faster. It seemed that he had gradually comprehended the essence of it. The more he comprehended, the more shocked Du Xiaofu was. This wave-like carefree steps was definitely not ordinary. He didn't know which ancestor expert in Dongli Qingqing's family had comprehended it. This movement technique was all-encompassing and mysterious. The more he comprehended the wave-like carefree steps, the softer and more casual it was when he activated it. The more ethereal it was, the more effortless it was to be able to accelerate. Chi. After nearly 4 hours, after passing through a large area of dense forest, Dongli Qingqing's footsteps came to a halt. Her beautiful figure slowly came to a stop. Du Xiaofu swept from behind. He restrained the qi under his feet and stabilized his body in an extremely free and easy manner. However, he was obviously much worse than Dongli Qingqing. How do you feel? Dongli Qingqing asked with a smile. The wave-like carefree steps is so powerful. It seems to contain a lot of movement techniques of birds and beasts. Du Xiaofu said. I didn't expect you to be able to comprehend this step so quickly. You're really a monster. Dongli Qingqing nodded slightly and then said to Du Xiaofu, the wave-like carefree steps indeed contains movement techniques of birds and beasts. However, they all take the graceful and unfettered side. You can observe more birds and beasts in the future. It will be helpful for you to comprehend the wave-like carefree steps. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded and said to Dongli Qingqing, I will comprehend it well. According to the rumors in my clan, if you can comprehend the wave-like carefree steps to the strongest level, you can also grasp the moon and pick the stars in the sky and subdue the flood dragon and capture the dragon in the sea. You can also walk on the waves and be free and unfettered. Dongli Qingqing smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, unfortunately, this is also a legend. The wave-like carefree steps is so vast. Maybe it is really possible after you comprehend it thoroughly. Du Xiaofu said. The wave-like carefree steps was indeed not an ordinary thing. There seems to be some movement in front. Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing looked in front of her. Time to update. Today's update is complete. It's the last 2 days of this month. Brothers, please check if there are any fresh flowers. I'm looking for fresh flowers and recommendation tickets. Chapter 166. Du Xiaofu's eyes narrowed. His mental power spread out, but he did not detect any movement nearby. Dongli Qingqing seemed to have sensed Du Xiaofu's mental power fluctuations. She said softly, your mental power is already very strong, but the distance is rather far. Plus, I have some special means, so you can't detect it yet. But it's just up ahead. Is it people from the Black Fiend sect? Du Xiaofu smiled softly, but he knew in his heart that his strength was probably much weaker than Dongli Qingqing's. The day he collapsed and fainted, Dongli Qingqing would be able to easily kill a newly ascended 4-star spirit talisman master. Even if he had broken through again now, he would not be able to do so unless he put his life on the line. But then again, he did not know if he could kill a 4-star spirit talisman master. There should be people from the Black Fiend sect among them, as well as people from other forces. They are currently fighting. Do you want to go take a look? Dongli Qingqing asked Du Xiaofu. As if she knew what Du Xiaofu was thinking, she deliberately added, they don't seem to be very strong. Du Xiaofu hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. Let's go. Restrain your aura. Don't let them discover us. As soon as Dongli Qingqing finished speaking, she activated the wave-like carefree steps. Her beautiful figure seemed to blend into the surroundings, and in an instant, she was in front of them. There was some envy in his eyes, but then he smiled softly. Du Xiaofu's figure moved, also activating the wave-like carefree steps. Then, he turned into a purple blur and darted into the dense forest. A moment later, 2 figures appeared on top of a towering tree, hiding behind the huge trunk. Their gazes were fixed on the terrain of a small canyon in front of them. At this time, within the small canyon, there were hundreds of people dressed in black, all emanating a murderous aura. One look and one could tell that they were from the Black Fiend sect. At this moment, the 100 over Black Fiend sect's disciples had surrounded a dozen or so clothed individuals. There were quite a number of corpses on the ground. Looking at the mess on the ground and the wounds and blood on their bodies, it was obvious that a fiery battle had erupted earlier. The Black Fiend sect's members clearly held the absolute upper hand. Shui Yunming, don't go too far. In front of the dozen or so Black Fiend sect disciples, there was a young man in short robes who was around 25 or 26 years old. He stared coldly at another young man in black robes who was about the same age as the Black Fiend sect disciples. The black-robed young man's eyes were filled with arrogance as he looked at the short-robed young man and sneered, Mu Zhenghao, this is not the Dark City. It's your bad luck to fall into my hands today. As long as you give me the ancient viper bone you obtained from the auction house, I will spare your life. How about it? You want the ancient viper's secret bone? You don't have the ability yet. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. What's the point of having the advantage in numbers? The young man sneered. Although the ancient viper's mystic bone is incomplete, it is still extraordinary. If I can get it, it will be beneficial to my cultivation. The black-clothed young man's eyes flashed coldly as if he had already won. He said to the short-clothed young man, but if it's a one-on-one duel, I can play with you normally, but not today. I still have things to do. If you don't hand over the ancient viper bone, you can only die today. The short-shirt young man fixed his gaze on the black-shirt young man and said in a deep voice, Shui Yunming, are you trying to start a war between the Mu Fort and the Black Killing Sect? Hee hee, the black-shirt young man sneered. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he said, Mu Zhenghao, do you think anyone can escape from me today? If all of you die, who knows if it's the Black Killing Sect's doing? When the Mu Fort finds out in the future, what can they do to me? Kill. As the black-shirt young man's voice fell, he waved his hand and a murderous intent shot out. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, hundreds of Black Killing Sect's disciples dashed out again. Their figures flickered and their celestial chi surged. There was a strange burst of evil aura. Everyone, let's go all out and escort the young fort master away. Among the remaining dozen people from the Mu Fort, there was a loud shout. Chi la la. One by one, their celestial chi burst out and instantly crossed each other. The sharp weapons in their hands were accompanied by terrifying celestial chi as they slashed at each other. There were sword gleams, saber gleams, and energy gales that missed. The surrounding rocks were blasted apart and towering trees were cut in half. Swish! Swish! The short-shirt young man soared into the sky. Two middle-aged burly men followed him. Both of them were at the pulse spirit realm. Mu Zhenghao, you can't escape. At the same time, the black-shirt young man soared into the sky with the four middle-aged men beside him. They quickly besieged the short-shirt young man and his two companions. Without any delay, they began to besiege them. They had been prepared for this for a long time. They directly activated their pulse spirits. It was obvious that they wanted to end the battle quickly. Streaks of energy rune attacks spread throughout the canyon. Roar! Roar! Many pulse spirits were activated. The demonic beast shadows roared like thunder. Their aura was astonishing. Sand and stones flew in the canyon and there were continuous sonic booms. Boom! A deep sonic boom suddenly resounded. The black-shirt young man immediately pounced on the short-shirt young man. Both of them were wrapped in celestial chi and activated their pulse spirits. They began to collide in a frenzy. Du Xiaofu restrained his aura on the towering tree behind the small canyon. He looked at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. The Black Killing Sect had 5 people at the pulse spirit realm. Judging from the fluctuation of their aura, the black-shirt young man was at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm. However, among the other 4 cultivators, 1 was at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm. The remaining 3 were at the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. The short-shirt young man from the Mu Clan fort was at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm, just like the black-shirt young man. Both of them had activated their pulse spirits and were locked in a fierce battle. However, the other 2 pulse spirit realm cultivators from the Mu Clan fort were at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm and the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm. These 2 pulse spirit realm cultivators from the Mu Clan fort were besieged by 3 pulse spirit realm cultivators from the mysterious level of the pulse spirit realm and 1 at the initial stage of the pulse spirit realm from the Black Killing Sect. In an instant, they were in an absolute disadvantageous position and were in a precarious situation. Rumble. The pulse spirits in the canyon below roared. The dozen or so people from the Mu clan fort could not resist the siege of hundreds of people from the black killing sect. Ah, the murderous aura swept across, accompanied by the smell of blood. It was almost nauseating. The people from the Mu clan fort were constantly being killed, and screams and wails were heard. The Mu clan fort can't hold on any longer. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled, and the coldness in his eyes spread. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth slightly and made a decision in his heart. He lifted his head and said to Dongli Qingqing, who was beside him, "Wait for me. I'll go and help the people from the Mu clan fort." "Why do you want to help them?" "As far as I know, the people from the Mu clan fort are not good people. If you want to deal with the people from the black killing sect, you can wait until both sides are injured before you take action." Dongli Qingqing seemed to understand Du Xiaofu's thoughts. She looked at Du Xiaofu with her jade-like eyes and said, "With your current cultivation, I'm afraid that even if you go down and help, it might not be useful." Du Xiaofu looked at the canyon in front of him and felt that his body was filled with celestial qi and his realm had increased. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He said calmly, "A few people from the mysterious pulse spirit realm shouldn't be able to kill me. Even if the people from the Mu clan fort are not good people, at least we have a common enemy. I can't touch the black killing sect alone now, so I'll leave more enemies for them first." "Then you should be careful. You can come with me, but I won't help you. Master said that people have to rely on themselves." "You can only rely on yourself," Dongli Qingqing said softly to Du Xiaofu. "Well, since the black killing sect has provoked me, then they should prepare to suffer. I'll let them know that I'm not to be trifled with." As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the celestial qi under his feet moved. He executed the wave-like carefree steps, and his body was like a falling leaf in the breeze. He landed lightly on the ground and dashed into the canyon. Why did I agree to go with him? I clearly wanted to say no. Dongli Qingqing's eyes moved slightly as she looked at the purple-robed figure dashing out from under the tree. There were some ripples in her eyes. Rumble. In the midst of the bloody battle in the canyon, a ferocious and terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted. A pale golden figure descended from the sky and dashed into the canyon. Then, one by one, the black killing sect's disciples were thrown into the air by Luan Fei. They were like stones. "Ha, everyone from the Mu clan fort, I'm here to lend you a hand." The pale golden figure shouted from within the halo. Wherever he passed, the black killing sect's disciples were unstoppable. All of them were sent flying and died. Any pulse spirit that came close would be crushed and destroyed in an instant. It was extremely overbearing. "You dare to touch my black killing sect? You're courting death." A perfect pulsation realm cultivator realized that something was wrong. With a loud shout, he immediately pounced toward the pale golden figure. He activated a strange pulse soul behind him, which looked like a pangolin or a python. In an instant, it appeared in front of Du Xiaofu, blocking his path. "Destroy!" Du Xiaofu shouted. He waved his hand and the pale golden talisman runes flickered. His movements seemed simple and ordinary, but they contained a mysterious move. It was as if the Tao was the simplest. As his hand fell, the pulse spirit demonic beast's shadow was smashed into rune fragments. In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of the great perfection pulsation realm expert like a ghost. His feet executed the wave-like free steps that he had just comprehended not long ago. With a punch, he landed directly on the former's chest. Boom! As the punch landed, the perfect pulsation realm cultivator's defense was directly shattered. Then, with a muffled sound from his chest, his body was suddenly sent flying. A pulsation realm mysterious level black killing sect's disciple appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. A ferocious gust of wind swept out. He violently slammed his palm toward Du Xiaofu. Bang! Du Xiaofu did not dodge. His body was like a wild bull as he charged forward. Chapter 167. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. As the palm print fell, Du Xiaofu continued to charge forward as if he was not affected at all. However, the Pulse Realm Mystery level disciple from the Black Fiend's sect had one of his arms shattered by the rebounding force. Blood spurted from his mouth as his body flew backward. Bang! 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 In a short time, the pulse souls of several Black Fiend sect disciples with higher cultivation levels were directly crushed. They were invincible and were easily destroyed by Du Xiaofu. We have reinforcements. Kill. We have reinforcements. The remaining disciples of the Mu clan fort, who were less than 10, saw the sudden appearance of strong reinforcements. After a moment of shock, hope burst out from their despair. Damn it, who is that bastard? Seeing that the Black Fiend sect disciples below were unstoppable and suffered heavy casualties in an instant, the Blackshirt youth from the Black Fiend sect, who was fighting fiercely with the Shortshirt youth, roared angrily. I wonder where you are from. I, Mu Zhenghao, thank you on behalf of the Mu clan fort. The Shortshirt youth from the Mu clan fort felt as if he had been injected with a shot of cardiac stimulant. How dare you touch my Black Fiend sect? You're courting death. A Pulse Spirit Realm Mystery level cultivator from the Black Fiend sect suddenly withdrew from the battle and swooped down from the sky. Accompanied by the phantom of a scaled demonic beast Pulse Soul behind him, he charged towards Du Xiaofu with a powerful aura. Skyquake wings. Du Xiaofu shouted softly. He opened his left hand and fiercely slapped at the scaled demonic beast. Like a rock flapping its wings, golden light flashed and the runes dazzled. Chi! Chi! A large piece of the scaled demonic beast Pulse Soul Phantom was shattered by Du Xiaofu's slap. However, it recovered in an extremely short period of time. However, the huge impact caused Du Xiaofu's body to stagger back a step. The difference between the Pulse Spirit Realm Mystery level and the Pulse Spirit Realm Mystery level was an entire realm. Ordinary people could not surpass it at all. For Du Xiaofu to be able to withstand it was already a terrifying level of freakishness. It's actually only at the Pulse Realm Mystic level. What a strange aura. The mysterious Pulse Spirit stage expert from the Black Fiend school was also surprised. However, he did not stop there. He formed a hand seal in his hand and a claw seal erupted with dazzling runic light. Instantly, it enveloped Du Xiaofu, wanting to suppress and kill him. Then, to everyone's surprise, Du Xiaofu had no intention of dodging the claw. He waved his hand again, and it swept out like a rock's claw. Hula! The two claws collided. After a momentary stalemate, Du Xiaofu's claw actually managed to resist the power of an initial Pulse Spirit stage practitioner, which was enough to kill him. Then, a faint golden symbol rune instantly erupted, tearing apart the former's claw imprint. In a flash, the claw imprint directly grabbed the former's claw imprint. Chi la la. Blood spurted out. The Meridian Spirit expert struggled with all his might, but one of his arms was ripped off by Du Xiaofu. Ah! The Meridian Spirit stage expert let out a miserable shriek. Blood spurted out of his mouth as he quickly fled into the air. The entire small valley was shocked. The arm of the Meridian Spirit stage expert had been ripped off. How terrifying was the purple-robed figure wrapped in the faint golden light. He was too powerful. Bullshit Meridian Spirit, destroy. Du Xiaofu showed his might. He grabbed a Black Fiend school disciple not far from him and threw him at the Meridian Spirit stage expert's Meridian Spirit stage expert like a rock. Under the huge impact, the Meridian Spirit stage expert's Meridian Spirit stage expert was shattered. The Black Fiend school disciple was also smashed into a bloody mist. Puchi. The unlucky Meridian Spirit stage expert spat out a mouthful of blood in the air due to the shattering of his Meridian Spirit stage expert's Meridian Spirit stage expert's face was pale. He was not lightly injured. His body floated in the air as he stared hatefully at Du Xiaofu. However, he did not dare to come down, nor did he dare to approach. He was afraid that the terrifying brat would throw the Black Fiend school disciple at him like he was throwing his Meridian Spirit stage expert. Oh my god. Everyone was shocked. Was that guy still a normal human being? He was simply a savage beast. Bang, bang, bang. Du Xiaofu did not stop at all. He continued to kill the Black Fiend school disciples nearby. Du Xiaofu wanted to hurt the Black Fiend school. Since the Black Fiend school wanted to deal with him, they had to suffer his revenge. Du Xiaofu never thought of himself as a soft-hearted person. It was good to collect some interest now. Bastard, that brat's cultivation is not high. He only has brute force. Kill him together. The black-robed young man from the Black Fiend school was furious that he had severely injured a careless Meridian Spirit stage expert. However, he could also see that Du Xiaofu's cultivation was not high. He only had brute force. Attack him together. Although the remaining Black Fiend school disciples below were terrified, they immediately formed a formation after hearing the order. They did not care much about the people from the Mu clan fort. Their target was Du Xiaofu. Rumble. Waves of celestial qi surged, and a murderous aura erupted, sweeping toward Du Xiaofu. Come on! Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment, the pale golden light in his eyes surged. He was not afraid of anything at all. How could Du Xiaofu be afraid of a siege that did not even have a Meridian Spirit stage expert? His celestial qi surged, causing the space to fluctuate violently. His body rushed directly into the siege formation of the Black Fiend school. With a raise of his hand, figures were sent flying, trampled, and smashed into pieces. Large areas of Meridian spirits were directly destroyed into ruins. Ah! Screams and wails continued. Not far away, the remaining Mu clan fort disciples who finally had a chance to catch their breath gasped. This helper was simply a wild beast. He was definitely not a normal human. It was too terrifying. Run, we can't resist at all. We can't stop him at all. Run for your lives. Hundreds of Black Fiend school disciples were reduced to less than 30 in the blink of an eye. None of them dared to move forward. If they were caught by the terrifying master, they would have their limbs broken if they were lucky. In the worst case, they would die. How could they dare to resist? That peerlessly domineering aura that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path caused one's heart to palpitate even more. The black-shirt young man was furious. Murderous intent shot out from his eyes. He shouted at the two Black Fiend school experts who were besieging a Meridian Spirit stage expert from the Mu clan fort, damn bastards. Protector Lu, go and destroy that brat. Yes. A tall middle-aged man with skin as fair as a woman's rushed down after hearing the order. He urged a demonic bird Meridian Spirit phantom that was covered in blazing flames to rush toward Du Xiaofu. Whoosh! Instantly, the phantom of the demonic bird accompanied by blazing flames swept out, enveloping Du Xiaofu. The flames were accompanied by some runes. This Meridian Soul-type demonic beast was definitely an extremely powerful existence. The rolling flames seemed to want to incinerate Du Xiaofu into ashes. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked around. There were no more Black Fiend school disciples around him. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu reached into his chest and a stone appeared in his hand. It was a stone that looked like a five-fingered mountain peak. It was as if 5 mountains had gathered together in an irregular arrangement. It was heavy and hard to the touch. It was the stone that he had obtained in the 1,000 caves that had the same shape as the Meridian Spirit. So what if you can fly? Come down. Du Xiaofu laughed loudly. He was extremely domineering. A pale golden light surged in his hand. He threw the mountain peak stone at the demonic bird phantom. Bang! While everyone was in shock, the stone in Du Xiaofu's hand was thrown. It was wrapped in a golden light. It was like an impact cannon. It reopened the blazing flames and directly smashed onto the demonic bird phantom. Ah, The demonic bird phantom looked at the mountain peak stone that was smashing towards it. Suddenly, it seemed to have felt the most terrifying aura. Its eyes were filled with fear. Then, it was directly smashed. It immediately let out a crow-like cry and its body directly turned into ruins and shattered. Puchi. The expression of the fair-skinned middle-aged man suddenly changed. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Good stone, it's really hard. The stone fell from the sky. Du Xiaofu took a big step forward and grabbed the palm-sized mountain peak stone in his hand. So what if you can fly? Come down. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. He waved his hand and gathered his strength. He fiercely held the mountain peak stone in his hand and smashed it towards the fair-skinned middle-aged man in midair. The fair-skinned middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand. A dazzling rune light burst out and he quickly grabbed the stone with his claw. Chi La. The mountain peak stone shook the fair-skinned middle-aged man's palm. It was as if the bones in his palm were about to break. His body flew back in midair. However, he seemed to have resisted the huge force. Suddenly, the fair-skinned middle-aged man saw runes spread out from the strange stone in his hand. Wisps of mist appeared from the surface of the stone. A terrifying aura burst out and directly rushed into his palm. Ka. The huge force surged out and the bones in the fair-skinned middle-aged man's palm were directly shattered. The bones in his arm made cracking sounds as the huge force rushed into his organs. Then, his body, which was suspended low in the air, staggered and fell from midair. This scene fell into the eyes of the others. They saw the Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator being smashed down by Du Xiaofu with a stone. Chi La. However, just as his body was about to hit the ground, the fair-skinned middle-aged man hurriedly stopped his fall. Then, he rose into the air again. However, he kept a distance from Du Xiaofu and did not dare to approach him. Bang! However, the falling mountain peak stone smashed into a 100-meter-tall rock in the small valley. The rock was immediately smashed into a pile of rubble. However, the mountain peak stone was not damaged at all. A faint, soft and tender voice could be heard. Bastard, it hurts. This stone is really useful. Du Xiaofu picked up the stone again and looked at the black-shirt youth from the Black Fiends sect in midair. He was another Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator at the Pulse Spirit Realm mystery level. Chapter 168. Looks like your position in the Black Fiends sect is a little higher. I'll choose you. Du Xiaofu tossed the mountain peak rock in his palm, before viciously throwing it at the black-clothed youth. Swish! The mountain peak rock transformed into a ray of light. Under Du Xiaofu's ferocious throw, it soared into the sky like a cannonball. However, its trajectory suddenly changed in midair, smashing towards the black-clothed youth's vain spirit and a malevolent scaled exotic beast phantasm. Bang! The malevolent scaled exotic beast phantasm seemed to be alive, and was extremely substantial. It was currently entangled with the short-clothed youth's vain spirit, a huge python. Caught off guard, the scaled exotic beast phantasm was directly smashed by Du Xiaofu's rock. Its body was immediately pierced through, and with a miserable roar, it turned into runes and shattered. Ugh! The black-clothed youth, who was in an intense battle with the short-clothed youth, suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood due to his vain spirit being shattered. Bang! The short-clothed youth finally found an opportunity. A heavy punch heavily landed on the chest of the black-clothed youth, causing another mouthful of fresh blood to spurt out from the latter's mouth. His body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. Little bastard, Mu Zhenghao, we will settle this debt in the future. I will definitely not let you off. A dark and stern voice rang out from the black-clothed youth's mouth. As his body was sent flying, he took the opportunity to hastily flee. He did not dare to stay any longer. The purple-clothed youth, who was wrapped in a faint golden halo, was too terrifying. Retreat, quickly retreat. In the air, the two Meridian Spirit Realm practitioners who hadn't dared to approach Du Xiaofu, as well as the two Meridian Spirit Realm practitioners who were fighting, saw that the black-clothed youth had retreated as well. All of them hurriedly retreated, afraid that Du Xiaofu would throw another stone at them. Flee, quickly flee. The remaining Black Fiend sect disciples in the small canyon naturally fled in a hurry when they saw this. They wished that their parents had given them an extra pair of legs. The faint golden halo around him converged. Du Xiaofu picked up the mountain peak rock from the fallen ground and kept it in his arms like a treasure. Then, he quickly searched the corpses of the Black Fiend sect disciples. One by one, the Qiankuan bags were skillfully kept by Du Xiaofu. This caused the remaining Mu Fort disciples to be puzzled. They secretly wondered if this youth was here to help them or just to rob them. However, in the eyes of everyone from the Mu Fort, there was a look of gratitude. Everyone knew that if it was not for the frightening young man in front of them, they would most probably not. The short-robed young man and the two Meridian Spirit stage practitioners withdrew their Meridian Spirits and landed in the gorge. They stared at Du Xiaofu, who was packing up his Qiankuan bag, in shock. They never thought that the one who had helped them would be such a young man. He looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, but his strength was so terrifying. When he saw that Du Xiaofu was almost done packing up the Qiankuan bags, the short-clothed youth walked up to Du Xiaofu. He cupped his fists and said gratefully, "I'm Mu Zhenghao from the Mu Fort. I don't know this little brother's name. Thank you for your help. I can't thank you enough." "You're welcome. My name is Du Xiaofu." Du Xiaofu put away many of the Qiankuan bags. He seemed to be in a good mood. He then looked at Mu Zhenghao and asked, "Are you the sworn enemy of the Black Fiend sect?" At the mention of the Black Fiend sect, Mu Zhenghao's eyes immediately turned cold. He replied to Du Xiaofu, "Brother Xiaofu, you may not know this, but our Mu Fort and the Black Fiend sect did not have any big grudges. However, in the dark forest, there were some inevitable conflicts. I did not expect Shui Yunming from the Black Fiend sect to attack me today. If it was not for Brother Du's help, I'm afraid we would have been in deep trouble. When I return, I will not let the Black Fiend sect off. The Mu Fort is not to be trifled with." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He was not very interested in the strength of the Mu Fort and the Black Fiend sect. Even if the Mu Fort was stronger than the Black Fiend sect and could take care of the Black Fiend sect in the future, Du Xiaofu would not be too happy. Instead, he would be a little disappointed. After all, it was better to take revenge on the Black Fiend sect by himself. Now, he just wanted to find a few more opponents for the Black Fiend sect. Du Xiaofu felt that the enemies of the Black Fiend sect were half his friends. On the other hand, the friends of the Black Fiend sect were his enemies. "Do you have any way to get rid of this thing?" Du Xiaofu touched the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal on his neck and asked Mu Zhenghao. At this time, the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal on his neck had been sealed and turned into a faint black mark. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see it. Since the Mu Fort was the enemy of the Black Fiend sect, Du Xiaofu thought that there might be a way to get rid of the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal. Although the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal had been sealed by Dongli Qingqing and would not be a problem for the time being, Du Xiaofu was still a little worried. It was better to find a way to get rid of it as soon as possible. "This is the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal." Mu Zhenghao looked at the faint black mark on Du Xiaofu's neck and quickly recognized it. "That's right. I think it's called the Black Fiend's soul tracking seal. Do you have a way to get rid of it?" Du Xiaofu asked. "This Black Fiend's soul tracking seal is very strange. It is said that it is impossible to get rid of it. There is no way I can do anything about it." Mu Zhenghao looked at Du Xiaofu and frowned slightly. He said, "However, Brother Du, you don't have to worry too much. You are my savior. Why don't you follow me to the Mu Fort? First of all, in the Mu Fort, even if the Black Fiend sect knows that Brother Du is here, they will not dare to do anything. Also, you can let my father and the powerhouses in the Mu Fort see if there is a way to get rid of this Black Fiend's soul-tracking seal. There is no need for that. Du Xiaofu shook his head. It seemed that the Mu Fort had no way to get rid of the Black Fiend's soul-tracking seal. He then said to Mu Zhenghao, I have something to do. I will take my leave first. Goodbye. Brother Du, wait a minute. Mu Zhenghao quickly stopped Du Xiaofu and kindly reminded him, does Brother Du really not intend to come with us? Since you have the Black Fiend sect's Black Fiend soul-chasing seal on your body, you should have some grudges with the Black Fiend sect. The people around here are all from the Black Fiend sect. You just saved me. I am afraid that you will be in trouble if you encounter the Black Fiend sect. Brother Du, you are very powerful. However, there are also powerhouses in the Black Fiend sect. It is said that there are even martial marquis powerhouses. It is better for you to come with us. There should be powerhouses from the Mu Fort coming to pick me up. By then, you will not have to worry about the people from the Black Fiend sect. Du Xiaofu thought about it and felt that it was a good idea. However, he could not leave with the people from the Mu Fort now. This was because Dongli Qingqing was still around. If he did not encounter Dongli Qingqing, it would be a good idea. Therefore, he shook his head and said, thank you for your kindness, but there is no need for that. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu turned around and left. Although Dongli Qingqing said that the people from the Mu Fort were not good people, Du Xiaofu felt that Mu Zhenghao was quite pleasing to the eye. As for good people, no one who could survive in a place like the Dark Forest was purely good. Good people would not survive for long in the Dark Forest. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, Mu Zhenghao said loudly, Brother Du, it is not convenient for you to come with us. If you have the chance to go to the Dark Forest, remember to look for me at the Mu Fort. I will never forget the kindness of saving my life. Young Fort Master, Du Xiaofu is so young, but his strength is so terrifying. I wonder who he is. I have never heard of him in the Dark Forest. A person with such talent must have a strong background. After a while, seeing the purple-robed youth's back disappear into the distance, the burly man at the mysterious pulse spirit realm said to Mu Zhenghao. Mu Zhenghao's eyes moved slightly. Looking at Du Xiaofu's back, he said in a low voice, Brother Du must have just arrived in the Dark Forest. In public, he saved our lives. In private, with his talent, he is destined to achieve extraordinary things in the future. Therefore, if we have the chance in the future, we should make friends with him. Young Fort Master is wise. No wonder the Fort Master often praises you. The burly man laughed. Mu Zhenghao's pale face smiled slightly. He then said, the experts from our Mu Fort should be arriving soon. According to our spies, the Black Fiend sect has made such a big move this time. According to our spies, the Black Fiend sect accidentally obtained an egg of a demonic beast on the heavenly beasts list. However, after the egg was emulsified, the demonic beast escaped. It is said that it fled to this area. The other forces seem to have received the news and have sent experts here. Whoever can obtain the demonic beast will have the opportunity to suppress the other forces in a short time. We should not fall behind. After all, our news is faster than the other forces. As for today's debt, if we have the chance, we will naturally settle it with Shui Yunming. Swoosh swoosh, after a while, after cleaning up the corpses in the canyon, the people from the Mu Fort hurriedly left. Within the forest, Dongli Qingqing stared at Du Xiaofu. Her glassy eyes were filled with bewilderment. She felt that the tyrannical aura he exuded was extremely familiar. She then spoke, the cultivation art you cultivate is truly unique. Your aura feels extremely familiar. Is that so? Du Xiaofu smiled slightly. He did not intend to say anything more. However, he was somewhat satisfied with his current strength. After breaking through to the Pulse Realm's mystery level, his strength had improved a lot. In the future, he would not be afraid of those who had just entered the Pulse Spirit Realm. It seemed that he did not have to worry too much about the pulse spirit realm's mystery level. Dongli Qingqing did not intend to ask more. She said to Du Xiaofu, let's continue. We need to hurry. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be too late. Where are we going? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. To deal with a Marquis realm demonic beast. Are you afraid? Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and smiled. Her smile was enough to make any man lose his soul. Du Xiaofu did not lose his soul. However, he was stunned. He was not stunned by the beautiful smile, but because he heard the words Marquis realm. A Marquis realm demonic beast was equivalent to a Marquis realm expert. He looked at Dongli Qingqing and said in shock, are you kidding? Chapter 169. No. If you are afraid, you don't have to follow me, Dongli Qingqing said with a faint smile. She used the wave-like free steps, and then her beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Who said I was afraid? How could I be afraid? Absolutely not. Du Xiaofu looked up and gathered his courage. He used the wave-like free steps and followed her all the way. 2 days later, after dawn, the first rays of the morning sun came. Looking from afar, the sky seemed to be covered with a thin translucent fog. Then, it slowly turned into a sky full of red clouds and a sea full of golden waves. The red sun was like a furnace of boiling molten steel, spewing out dazzling golden light, illuminating the vast and boundless dark forest. In an area full of mountains, the towering peaks were connected. Occasionally, the peaks were verdant, and the peak was covered with clouds and mist, like a picture scroll. Whoosh! On a protruding rock on the mountainside, the green light around a beautiful figure slowly converged, as if countless green energy threads had mysteriously poured into her body. Then, her beautiful glass-like eyes slowly opened, like a scene of flowers blooming, and a mouthful of turbid air was gently exhaled from her red lips. This guy is really a monster. Dongli Qingqing looked down the mountain. At this time, under the morning sun, in the hazy clouds and mist under the mountain, a purple-robed figure was constantly changing. The purple-robed figure was erratic, light and elegant, like a god, but at this moment, there was a kind of domineering and fierce aura in it. Whoosh whoosh, under the mountain, Du Xiaofu's figure shuttled among the messy rocks, erratic and unpredictable, and a faint golden light flashed under his feet. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure paused slightly, and his eyes fell into deep thought. He murmured softly, I should be able to completely integrate it. The wave-like free steps is unpredictable and erratic. If I can add the body movement of the golden-winged rock clan, it should be stronger and more suitable for me. You have practiced the wave-like free steps for the whole night. We should continue to move. A clear and delicate voice came, and a beautiful figure arrived. Dongli Qingqing slowly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. It's already daybreak. Du Xiaofu snapped out of his thoughts and looked at the sky. While cultivating, he really did feel like time was flying by. He then looked at the girl in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. He said softly, then let's go. We can slow down. Our destination is not far ahead. If we get too close, I'm afraid that it will sense us. Dongli Qingqing walked forward with light steps. Then, she seemed to be curious and asked Du Xiaofu softly, I saw that when you practiced the carefree steps, you seemed to have added something that made the carefree steps appear a little different. Occasionally, I'll have some comprehension, so I want to try and see if I can integrate it. It's just that I haven't succeeded yet. Du Xiaofu smiled. When he was practicing the carefree steps, he suddenly thought that the golden-winged rock clan was also famous for its speed. If he could integrate some body movement and speed of the golden-winged rock clan, it should be more suitable for him. After all, he also practiced the golden-winged rock clan's cultivation method. You're right. The carefree steps is different at the end of each person's practice. The comprehension is different, so the result is naturally different. The carefree steps that I practice is also different from the people in my clan. But this difference can't be separated from the core support of the carefree steps. Murong Qingqing nodded slightly to Du Xiaofu and said, "Don't fly fast like a duck, drifting like a god. The wave-like subtle steps, Luo Xiongduan. Walk freely, graceful like a startled swan. Move unpredictably, as if in danger and as if in safety. Advance and stop difficult, as if in the past and as if in the past." The core of the carefree steps is in these 5 sentences. If you comprehend it incorrectly, the carefree steps will not be the carefree steps. I'm afraid that the hope of reaching the Desheng realm will be very small. After saying this, Dongli Qingqing's beautiful figure appeared in front of him. Yes. Du Xiaofu nodded as if he understood. Then, looking at the exquisite figure, he sped up to catch up with her. Walking side by side, he said, "Are we really going to deal with that marquis-rank demonic beast? This is the goal that my master set for me." Dongli Qingqing said. "Actually, I still don't know what a marquis-rank demonic beast is." Du Xiaofu's face was a bit awkward. Dongli Qingqing's glass-like eyes also rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Then, she said, "A marquis-rank demonic beast is a demonic beast that has 1 foot in the Beast Lord realm. The one we are going to deal with right now is a demonic beast that has already reached the peak of the perfect pulse spirit realm. It has 1 foot in the Beast Lord realm, the Scarlet Black Flame Bull." Scarlet Black Flame Bull. Hearing this, although Du Xiaofu already knew that he and Dongli Qingqing were going to deal with a marquis-rank demonic beast, when he heard that it was a Scarlet Black Flame Bull, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Scarlet Black Flame Bull was a demonic beast that was absolutely at the top of the Earth Beast ranking. It was said that it had the chance to evolve into the Heavenly Beast ranking. Its strength was absolutely terrifying. It could be said that a marquis-rank Scarlet Black Flame Bull was something that even a true Martial Lord Realm cultivator would find difficult to deal with. Coo. After Du Xiaofu sucked in a breath of cold air, he cast a sideways glance at Dongli Qingqing and asked, "Then, how confident are you in dealing with the marquis-rank Scarlet Black Flame Bull?" "Not at all." Dongli Qingqing slowly walked forward. She did not stop and continued walking forward. "No way. Don't scare me. If you don't have any confidence, why are you still going to deal with it?" Du Xiaofu quickly caught up and looked at Dongli Qingqing shoulder to shoulder with her in shock. He was already completely depressed in his heart. He didn't think that this fairy-like woman would do things in such an inconceivable manner. She was simply looking for a beating. "It's not that I don't have a chance. That Scarlet Black Flame Bull is about to give birth. I will wait here for it to give birth before I make my move. The time it gives birth is also the time when it is at its weakest. When I make my move, I will have a 50% chance." Dongli Qingqing said. "Only a 50% chance." Du Xiaofu softly sighed. Whether it was a monster beast or a cultivator, the time of giving birth was indeed the weakest time. However, there was only a 50% chance. This was equivalent to a very slim chance. If she were to fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Du Xiaofu's heart palpitated at the thought of having to deal with a marquis-rank Scarlet Black Flame Bull. He suddenly paused and asked, "You said that the Scarlet Black Flame Bull is female?" "Did I say that the Scarlet Black Flame Bull is male?" Dongli Qingqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. This guy was actually interested in whether the Scarlet Black Flame Bull was male or female. "The Scarlet Black Flame Bull is giving birth. If we go and kill it, wouldn't it be a little cruel?" Du Xiaofu asked. "Who said we're going to kill the Scarlet Black Flame Bull?" Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. This guy was merciless when he attacked the people of the Black Fiend sect. Who would have thought that he would be concerned about the Scarlet Black Flame Bull at this time? Then why are we going to deal with the Scarlet Black Flame Bull? Could it be that we want the Scarlet Black Flame Bull's bones or blood essence? Du Xiaofu asked doubtfully. Perhaps it was because he cultivated the cultivation method of the golden-winged Great Pen clan, but he did not feel any repulsion towards monster beasts in his heart. Normally, Du Du Xiaofu would not have any objections to dealing with a scarlet black flame bull, whether it was for the bones or blood essence. The strong preyed on the weak and survival of the fittest was an unchanging law. However, Du Xiaofu could not bear to do so during this special period of giving birth. The scarlet black flame bull's bones and blood essence are priceless. However, they are far from the level of the purple flame demonic phoenix. The current me is also not very interested. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu, her eyebrows slightly raised on her delicate face. Then, she continued to walk forward and said, "The most important reason why Master allowed me to come to the dark forest to train is to obtain the black flame spirit ginseng. It will be useful when I break through to the martial lord stage. However, the black flame spirit ginseng is guarded by the scarlet black flame bull. If the newborn scarlet black flame bull can consume the black flame spirit ginseng, it will have an 80% chance of evolving into the ancient scarlet black flame bull on the heavenly beast ranking. The scarlet black flame bull wants to leave the black flame spirit ginseng for its newborn. Therefore, if I want to obtain the black flame spirit ginseng, I must defeat the scarlet black flame bull." "I see." Du Xiaofu chuckled. He had thought that Dongli Qingqing wanted to kill the scarlet black flame bull while it was in labor. "There is still time if you leave now. If we continue forward, we will reach our destination. I'm afraid that once we begin, it will be too late for you to leave." Suddenly, Dongli Qingqing halted her footsteps and slightly turned around. Her beautiful jade-like eyes looked at Du Xiaofu as she said, "There should be no one from the Black Fiend sect nearby. You will be safe if you leave now." Du Xiaofu lifted his gaze and looked at the fairy-like girl before him as he said, "Forget it. Since we are already here, let's see just how powerful a pseudo-marquis scarlet black flame bull is." After speaking, the long sleeves of his purple robes slightly swept behind him. Du Xiaofu took the lead and walked forward. Immediately, his back appeared extremely tall and straight. "You're going the wrong way. You should go this way," Dongli Qingqing softly said as she looked at Du Xiaofu's back. Then, she turned around and walked towards a canyon on the right. Du Xiaofu turned around. The corners of his eyes involuntarily twitched. He helplessly turned around and followed her. After walking out of the canyon, they saw a continuous chain of mountain peaks. Numerous tall peaks pierced through the clouds. At a glance, it seemed as if there was no peak. Occasionally, there would be verdant greenery. Numerous mountain peaks stood tall and straight. Strange rocks were lofty, and deep ravines crisscrossed. "Restrain your aura. The cave of the scarlet black flame bull is just ahead. We will attack when it is in labor." Outside the canyon, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. The expression on her delicate face gradually became serious. However, she still continued to walk forward. However, her speed was already extremely slow. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu did his best to restrain his aura so that it would not leak out. He looked ahead and immediately felt that there were energy fluctuations in the surrounding heaven and earth. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth was gathering towards a certain space. Chapter 170. Dongli Qingqing also felt the change in the surrounding energy. She slightly lifted her head and said, "The scarlet black flaming bull has already begun to give birth. We have arrived just in time." Swoosh! As her voice faded, Dongli Qingqing's feet suddenly sped up and swiftly disappeared from Du Xiaofu's side. "Wait for me." As he thought about how they were about to deal with the marquis-level scarlet black flaming bull, Du Xiaofu's heart tightened and he immediately chased after her. After a short while, Du Xiaofu's vision caught sight of a misty giant peak in the distance. There were also dozens of small stone peaks clustered around it. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding mountain peaks were all tinged with a dark red color. The dark red color was like metal, solemn and dignified. There was even a wispy mist on top of the mountain peaks. The surrounding exposed cliffs and steep rocks were also a dark red color, appearing exceptionally serene. Could it be there? Du Xiaofu's gaze suddenly focused on the largest misty giant peak. At the foot of the giant peak, in the middle of countless dark red rocks, there was a giant cave entrance that was no less than 100 feet in diameter. At this moment, the surrounding energy undulations were also sweeping towards the giant cave entrance. Wait for me here. Be careful. If you see the scarlet-black flaming bull chasing after me, enter the scarlet-black flaming spirit ginseng in the scarlet-black flaming bull's cave. Then, hide at the place where we rested last night. Don't worry about me, I have my own ways of escaping. When the time comes, I will look for you. As Dongli Qingqing's voice faded, a green glow swept out from under her feet. Her figure immediately swept towards the giant cave entrance like a ray of light. After a few flashes, she directly entered the cave. Time slowly passed. Although not much time had passed, the atmosphere was inexplicably tense. It made Du Xiaofu feel as if each day was like a year. His heart was constantly worried for Dongli Qingqing. She'll be fine, right? This woman is really strong. Du Xiaofu's gaze was tightly glued to the front, his heart in his throat. A marquee-level scarlet-black flaming bull was definitely a terrifying existence. Moo! Just as Du Xiaofu was worrying, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the cave in front of him. It reverberated like thunder in the mountains, shaking many of the mountain peaks and causing many rocks to fall down. The echoes rolled endlessly, and in the distance, fierce birds and beasts cried out and crawled. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, the entire misty mountain in front of them began to tremble. The rocks at the entrance of the cave rumbled and fell, and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. So! Du Xiaofu's heart suddenly rose to his throat as several rocks fell from the cave's entrance. After which, a green figure rushed out of the cave and directly soared into the sky. It was Dongli Qingqing, who had just entered the cave not long ago. Boom! However, behind Dongli Qingqing, a crimson-black stream of light trailed behind her. Then, it suddenly transformed into a huge monster in the air and appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's gaze. A terrifying aura spread across the sky, making it difficult to breathe and obstructing the profound qi in one's body. Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at the huge monster, and his expression changed greatly. At first glance, the huge monster was at least 100 feet in size. Its size was several times larger than the king-scaled demonic tiger. Its entire body was crimson-black, and there were faint black flames spreading around it. The surface of its body was also rippling with runes. The demonic bull's 4 gigantic legs towered in the sky, suffused with black flames. On its pair of crescent-shaped horns, mysterious runes flickered. Its aura was terrifying. Is this the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull? Looking at the huge monster in the air, Du Xiaofu could feel that although this big fellow was not as powerful as the lightning demonic lion at its peak, it was definitely extremely terrifying. An ordinary Meridian Spirit Stage cultivator would probably feel their legs go soft when facing this huge monster. Moo! When the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull appeared, its roar was like thunder. As the sound wave spread, the energy around its huge body chaotically fluctuated. The runes on its body flickered and flames jumped. Like a meteorite, it charged straight towards Dongli Qingqing, as if it had a deep hatred for her. As the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull pounced, a terrifying gale swept out like a storm, causing Dongli Qingqing's eyebrows to tightly knit together. Green light flickered under her feet as her figure swept through the air and suddenly retreated. It was as if she did not dare to resist at all. At the same time, she loudly shouted, "Du Xiaofu, run!" However, before Dongli Qingqing could finish her words, the huge Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull had caught up to her. The mysterious runes on its horns flickered, transforming into a huge energy light pillar as it swept out. Dongli Qingqing was unable to speak. Her expression was grave as her slender hands quickly formed a hand seal. Then, she tightly gripped the bow in her hand and pulled it up. The mysterious runes on the bow surged and a rune energy arrow appeared. It directly shot out and collided with the energy light pillar on the horn of the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull. Bang! The two energies collided and suddenly exploded in the air. A huge energy wave spread out and swept out in all directions, as if it wanted to shatter the space. Dang dang! Under such a huge force, Dongli Qingqing's delicate body actually staggered backwards. It was obvious that she was at a disadvantage. Boom! The Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull roared once again and attacked Dongli Qingqing with extreme fury. Dongli Qingqing's expression was grave. She had no choice but to exchange blows with the huge creature. Not long after, a rune energy sword flew out from the bow in her hand. Telling me to run should be to remind me to go to the cave to pluck the black flame spirit ginseng. The pseudo-marquis Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull already has intelligence. Naturally, it cannot directly reveal its purpose. Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded as he watched the astonishing exchange in the air. Only now did he know that Dongli Qingqing's strength had actually reached such a level. Dongli Qingqing was about the same age as him, yet her strength was already so strong. This immediately caused Du Xiaofu to feel somewhat defeated. It seemed that his strength was still far from enough. Pluck the black flame spirit ginseng. Du Xiaofu remembered what Dongli Qingqing had said earlier. Immediately, he carefully made his way through the cracks in the rocks, intending to avoid the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull's line of sight. Rumble rumble rumble. Muffled sounds continuously rang out in the air as he finally neared the enormous cave. Finally, profound energy surged beneath his feet as Du Xiaofu immediately dove in. He wanted to use the fastest speed possible to pluck the black flame spirit ginseng that the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull was guarding. The enormous cave was surrounded by thick rock walls. Astonishing energy undulations could be felt, and there was even the faint scent of spirit medicine. Du Xiaofu guessed that it was the scent of the black flame spirit ginseng. Without any time to size up the cave, Du Xiaofu hurriedly rushed into the cave. A moment later, the area inside the cave suddenly narrowed, and the passage suddenly opened up. Immediately, an extremely large cave in the mountain appeared before his eyes. A wave of astonishing spirit medicine energy undulations also appeared in Du Xiaofu's mental energy undulations. This caused Du Xiaofu's gaze to feel the spirit medicine energy undulations. Immediately, his gaze landed on a crack in the rock wall within the cave. Du Xiaofu looked at the crack in the stone wall. He didn't know why, but world energy was seeping out, lingering around two stalks of emerald green grass. They had several leaves, and they were as green as jade. Their surfaces were shining brightly, and they were only about a foot tall. A rich energy mist rippled out from them, and a rich fragrance assailed his nostrils. Is this the black flame spirit ginseng? Why are there two stalks? Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Perhaps it was because he had become accustomed to eating spirit medicine after practicing the golden-winged Great Pang's cultivation method. At this moment, when he saw the spirit medicine, he couldn't help but drool from the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait to pull out the black flame spirit ginseng and eat it. He thought that it would definitely increase his cultivation by quite a bit. Let's pull it out first. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Du Xiaofu immediately rushed towards the spirit medicine in the crack in the rock wall. At this moment, there were only spirit medicines in his eyes. With a few large strides, Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the rock wall. He grabbed the two spirit medicines and directly pulled them out. Accompanied by a bright light, the two radish-sized spirit ginseng were pulled out by Du Xiaofu. The two spirit ginseng were completely dark red and emitted a dark red light. They were like beautiful jade and their bodies flowed with a holy light. A fragrance that caused one's mind to ripple spread out. The light flowing around them was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the golden plum. This is the black flame spirit ginseng. I got it. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with joy. He forcefully resisted the urge to eat the two black flame spirit ginseng and immediately stuffed them into his clothes. Then, he planned to immediately retreat. Moo! Suddenly, at this moment, a roar came from the cave, shaking the whole cave with rustling sounds. Du Xiaofu's heart was instantly alarmed. He lifted his gaze, and an enormous scarlet-black flaming bull that was 10 feet tall and several feet long appeared in his line of sight. Its enormous body directly blocked the exit of the cave, and an astonishing aura undulated. Not good, the scarlet-black flame bull is back. In a short moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to regain his senses as his mind trembled in shock. However, a puzzled look immediately appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes as he stared at the enormous scarlet-black flame bull in front of him. He could feel the astonishing aura on its body. Although the aura was terrifying, it was clearly different from the aura he felt outside. The aura outside was clearly much more powerful. At this moment, although the aura on the scarlet-black flame bull's body was powerful, it also revealed a certain weakness. Moo! Another beast roar sounded out. The sound was like that of a newborn baby crying out for food. It was deep and vigorous, causing those who heard it to feel an indescribable joy of being reborn. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaofu's gaze once again turned to look. Just below the several feet large scarlet-black flame bull's body, a newborn scarlet-black flame bull appeared in Du Xiaofu's line of sight. It was clearly a newborn and could not even stand up. Its eyes were hazily opened as it cried out for food. This. Not good, it's not the same scarlet-black flame bull. There are two big ones. Du Xiaofu seemed to have suddenly understood something. The scarlet-black flame bull that was fighting with Dongli Qingqing outside and the big one in front of him were not the same one. There had always been two big scarlet-black flame bulls in this cave. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also suddenly understood that Dongli Qingqing was not reminding him to come and pick the black flame spirit ginseng. Instead, she was really telling him to quickly escape. Moreover, he was nervous and a little excited when he went, and then he excitedly fell into the cave. 3:30 in the morning, I continued to complete the 5th update. Today is the last day. Brothers and sisters who still have fresh flowers, remember to submit them. Otherwise, they will expire tomorrow. Little Yu worked hard to write and thank everyone. In addition, if Little Yu does not update at noon tomorrow, he must have woken up late. The update will probably be delayed by 2 hours. I can only continue to work hard tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to sleep first. I'm too tired to take it anymore. Chapter 171. Moo. The scarlet-black flaming bull bellowed, its gong-like eyes seeming to emit black flames as it stared fixedly at Du Xiaofu. A ferocious aura erupted from it. Although it was weak, that terrifying aura was enough to make Du Xiaofu's heart skip a beat. The profound energy in his body was blocked, making it difficult for him to breathe. Boom! Step by step, the scarlet-black flaming bull slowly approached Du Xiaofu. Waves of terrifying, fiery aura pressed down on him. Just that ferocious and terrifying aura alone was enough to make Du Xiaofu's body tremble involuntarily. What a powerful aura! Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. Immediately after, he activated the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock within his body. Mysterious runes flashed all over his skin. In an instant, a tyrannical and terrifying aura erupted from his body like a torrent. Golden light shot up into the sky. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock faintly flapping its wings. Moo! As the golden rock's aura erupted, the scarlet-black flaming bull's gong-like eyes trembled. Its huge body suddenly stopped, and its gaze of shock, fear, and confusion fell on Du Xiaofu's body, faintly tinged with fear. I know that the black flame spirit ginseng is of great use to your child, but this black flame spirit ginseng is also useful to my friend. Why don't we make a deal? Du Xiaofu saw that the golden rock's aura had already intimidated the scarlet-black flaming bull. His gaze shifted, and he immediately strode to the side of the cliff, to the side of the newborn scarlet-black flaming bull that was still unable to stand up. Moo! The scarlet-black flaming bull was eager to protect its child. It immediately bellowed, and its huge body resisted the golden rock's aura as it charged towards Du Xiaofu. Don't be nervous, I know you can understand my words. I promise I won't hurt your child. Du Xiaofu immediately said to the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull. At this level, the Scarlet Crow Flaming Bull could already understand the human language. If it reached the Beast Lord realm, it would be able to speak the human language. However, at the same time, Du Xiaofu's golden-winged Great Pang's aura was pushed to the extreme. He immediately squatted beside the small fire bull of the Black Crow. If the large fire bull of the Black Crow made any strange movements, he could only capture the small fire bull of the Black Crow to threaten it. Upon hearing this, perhaps it was because of Du Xiaofu's words, the pressure of the golden-winged rock, or perhaps it was because it was wary of its cub, but the scarlet-black flaming bull's body stopped once again. However, the fire bull of the black flaming bull's eyes, which were almost emitting flames, stared intently at Du Xiaofu. It was afraid that if Du Xiaofu harmed its cub, it would charge forward regardless of the consequences. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked at the fire bull of the black flaming bull. His gaze was extremely sincere, and he did not want the fire bull of the black flaming bull to misunderstand. He said, "Let's make a deal. The black flaming spirit ginseng is extremely beneficial to your child, but my friend also needs the black flaming spirit ginseng right now. However, the blood in my body is the blood of the golden-winged Great Pang. It is also extremely beneficial to you beasts, so how about I use my blood to exchange for your black flaming spirit ginseng?" The fire bull of the black flaming bull did not understand Du Xiaofu's words. It stared intently at Du Xiaofu in confusion. Moo moo, beside Du Xiaofu, the newborn fire bull of the black flaming bull continued to whine softly. It was unclear whether it was because of the aura of the golden-winged Great Pang on Du Xiaofu's body, or because it was hungry. Its voice was deep and forceful, but its black eyes, which contained crimson-black flames, stared curiously and suspiciously at Du Xiaofu. "Watch, I'm not lying to you." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and took out a dagger from his qiankuan bag. He then made a small cut on his palm. Immediately, pale golden blood flowed out. The mysterious glyphs within the blood pulsed faintly, and a terrifying and domineering aura emanated from it. Seeing the blood flowing out from Du Xiaofu's palm, the female fire bull of the black flaming bull's expression changed greatly. In the end, under her shocked gaze, Du Xiaofu directly dripped the large amount of pale golden blood from his palm into the mouth of the crying fire bull of the black flaming bull of the black flaming bull. Goo goo! After swallowing a few mouthfuls of pale golden blood, the flame bull little scarlet crow's entire body seemed to emit flames. In an instant, a dark red flame spread out from its body. Then, a pale golden light covered its entire body. Moo moo. In a split second, the little scarlet-black flame bull seemed to be enduring an astonishing amount of pain as it immediately began to neigh. Its entire body continuously trembled as it was enveloped by the pale golden light and the scarlet-black flames. Moo! The female scarlet-black flaming bull's eyes were filled with worry. Her expression instantly became tense as her gaze landed on the young scarlet-black flaming bull. "All right, we've made a deal. I'll take my leave first." When Du Xiaofu saw this, pale golden profound energy surged in the center of his palm. His hand that had just been cut was immediately healed without a scratch. Then, he stood up and directly flew out of the cave. His heart was filled with apprehension, afraid that the female scarlet crow flame bull would chase after him. However, at this moment, the female scarlet crow flame bull's attention was completely focused on its young and did not pay any attention to Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Du Xiaofu naturally did not know that if the golden-winged rock clan knew that Du Xiaofu had actually used the blood of a golden-winged rock to exchange for the black flame spirit ginseng, they would probably chase him to the ends of the earth to exterminate this wastrel. This guy did not know how precious the blood of a golden-winged rock was. He was purely using gold to exchange for stones. "It didn't chase after me, huh?" Inside the cave, Du Xiaofu felt that the scarlet crow flame bull had not chased after him. He also heaved a sigh of relief. Then, wind appeared under his feet as he increased his speed and flew out of the cave. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The astonishing sound of energy colliding in the sky seemed to continue. Du Xiaofu flew out of the cave. He did not even raise his head as he hurriedly passed through the messy pile of rocks. He had to escape far away first. A pseudo-marquis level scarlet crow flame bull was not something that he could deal with. Bang! Suddenly, in front of the rapidly escaping Du Xiaofu, a green streak of light shot down like a cannonball and fiercely smashed into the rocks. Rumble! A terrifying energy wave swept out and shattered the rocks. The streak of light rushed out and directly stabbed into the ground, creating a trench that was dozens of feet long. The storm filled the sky and rocks shot out. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Not good. Du Xiaofu's expression changed greatly. He immediately rushed over and saw that the figure that had crashed into the ground was Dongli Qingqing. Pfft! Dongli Qingqing struggled to stand up from the pile of rocks in an incomparably sorry state. She spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her delicate face was currently deathly pale, to the point that it was extremely frightening. How are you? Du Xiaofu rushed to Dongli Qingqing's side. Sensing the aura on Dongli Qingqing's body, he was afraid that her injuries were definitely not ordinary. Why haven't you escaped? There are 2 scarlet-black flaming bulls. This one has already reached the true Beast Lord stage. Hurry and escape. Dongli Qingqing's face was deathly pale, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. The true Beast Lord stage. Du Xiaofu's heart was once again shocked. After which, he regained his wits and said to Dongli Qingqing, hurry and escape together. So there was still a despicable human hiding here. Go and die. Just as Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, a deep roar sounded out like thunder. The scarlet-black flaming bull that was dozens of feet long viciously stomped down in an almost barbaric manner. Its giant pillar-like hooves were wrapped in rune-black flames as it stomped down towards Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing in a destructive manner. Hurry and escape. Dongli Qingqing's delicate face was dignified. She activated the wave-like carefree steps and grabbed Du Xiaofu's shoulder with one hand. Like lightning, they swept out and narrowly avoided the destructive stomp. Rumble. The scarlet-black flaming bull's stomp missed and directly landed on the ground. A large piece of huge rock was smashed into fine powder with a loud bang, revealing a huge pit in the ground with cracks spreading everywhere. Chi La. Although Dongli Qingqing pulled Du Xiaofu to avoid the terrifying stomp, a piece of gravel fiercely smashed into her back like a rocket, sending her delicate body flying and smashing into the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Run! Du Xiaofu's expression changed greatly. He quickly ran to Dongli Qingqing's side and pulled Dongli Qingqing up to escape. Puchi! However, just as Dongli Qingqing stood up, blood spilled out of her mouth again and her aura weakened. I'll carry you. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu grabbed Dongli Qingqing by the waist and carried her in his arms. Profound energy surged under his feet as he activated the wave-like carefree steps and continued to escape. Dongli Qingqing was in Du Xiaofu's arms. She seemed to want to say something and her pale face was stunned. However, looking at Du Xiaofu's dignified face, she did not say anything in the end. Dongli Qingqing's aura was imposing. At this moment, she did not have the strength to speak. After suffering several heavy injuries, the scarlet-black flaming bull, which was at the Beast Lord realm, was not something she could contend against with her current strength. Despicable human, you want to escape with this little bit of strength? The scarlet-black flaming bull roared like thunder and a beam of energy shot out from its mouth towards Du Xiaofu. Swish! The beam of light was like a thunderbolt and accompanied by a blazing aura. It was about to hit Du Xiaofu's back. Swish! Sensing the energy fluctuation behind him, Du Xiaofu hurriedly dodged. His entire body was enveloped by a faint golden light. Relying on the profoundness of the wave-like carefree steps, he narrowly avoided the beam of energy. Bang! A violent energy explosion rang out and shattered rocks filled the sky. The terrifying energy storm swept out and caused Du Xiaofu, who was holding on to Dongli Qingqing, to stagger forward. He hurriedly staggered a few steps before stabilizing his body and continuing to escape. Despicable human, you can't escape. With a thunderous roar, the enormous scarlet-black flaming bull's body descended from the sky. Its pillar-like front hooves ruthlessly stomped down towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying blazing energy descended from the sky like a destructive force and completely enveloped Du Xiaofu. It blocked his profound energy and made it difficult for his body to escape. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.